Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Wampleville. We're gonna celebrate here a little bit Indianapolis 500. This is what we did last year, right around a race day. We're gonna be doing a new one. This is kind of a new version here, a little bit easier to print out. Also, a little bit more. Well, I was gonna say a little bit more like today's Indy cars, but well, they changed them again. So yeah, this is what we did last year. We're gonna try and do some of the same freehand type stuff that we did on last year's. Boy, this one is heavy, this old one here. I'm going to zoom out just a smidge there, at least initially, then we'll zoom back out. Look at the size of these tires. I wasn't joking. Well, maybe it's not. I was saying they were double the size. But when you factor in this, yeah, that's a massive volume that had to be printed out. And also this, that was a big old hunk there of resin. So this is a little bit easier to deal with here. Now, the one thing that might be a little trickier is that we don't have quite as much space here. What we might do is that we might put our Alkids for Victory up here, and then our Linseed Fellowship along this portion right here. I think we'll keep the wings the same. Yeah, that's pretty much the same deal there. We can, I think, still keep that wing pretty much the same, right? Wolfenstein, nice to see you there. We'll see what we do about, around our tires. I think I did this just because this one tire, basically I had to sculpt this thing. So great to see you there, Wolfenstein. We'll put this number here. We'll put that up here. Now, I did, again, this is like kind of like part rocket, part IndyCar here. This is a little bit more, again, like what IndyCars were very, very recently. Actually, not primer. This is the spray paint stuff. I actually hit this with a dark gray and then burnt umber and then a red over the top of that, just to kind of, ghost in some of this color right here because, well, we want to spend in most of our time on all this glorious freehand, right? Wolfenstein, that's for sure. We'll probably just kind of go with something that's a light yellow and then tint it more with. Oh, that's what I forgot. Wolfenstein. Where'd you go? There you are. Any race day without a little bit of this right here. Now, what the heck just went flying over here? So something went flying out of that thing. Well, don't know what it. Oh, that was the Indian yellow. Looks like, yeah. So I'm gonna get this fabulous pure orange out here. That's about all I need, I think. So great to see you there, Wolfenstein. All right, here let's start to drop in maybe some of our darker stuff here. We'll just again do kind of a little bit of dry, brushy stuff there. Yep, Wolfenstein. Did I forget the sticker? Oh, no, I didn't. I was like, did I forget that? I went in there to go get it. This is all about the Linseed Fellowship. So look at this, AD. Another overlay. Yeah, that's like the... I wasn't joking when I said like 6 overlays in 8 days. And this is not the only one. While I was working on this one, I'm going to need another overlay for our Battle of Midway celebrations there, AD. So thanks again, AD. I really appreciate that. I was telling Kate that now technically that TGIFs is like 3 blocks farther east, right? Yeah, 3 blocks farther east than my sister's house. So technically that is as far away from the house as I've been since Adepticon. Because I was at my sister's house for Easter, and again that's about 2.5, 3 blocks shy of where we went. So yeah, we got all the overlays right here, Wolfenstein, to kind of describe what is happening here. So 80. Hopefully the chow was nice and yummy. Hopefully everybody enjoyed that. I know that you would have liked to have just been like done with all of that stuff, and it kind of lingers on. But here's hoping next time around, get down here for the next thing, and it's all done with. You don't have to deal with that. The vehicle thing, all done. No more dealing with that, right? And let's stick with the black here. Let's do that. So yeah, AD. When I got back there, AD, I realized that I had to do a whole bunch of different stuff, like this stuff with the meshy that you gotta do like basically every single day. And of course, it should only take about 3 minutes tops, and the computer was being extra slow, so it took like 9 minutes to do something, which doesn't sound like much, but you take away that 9 minutes. Yeah, I'm streaming like at 11:30, like I was really more planning to. A whole bunch of stuff has changed since then, Wolfenstein. Yeah, the galaxy has changed completely. Yeah, yeah. I was wondering about that. AD is that are you just gonna have to like try and get some shut eye now? Because well, you've been here not long enough to for that 1 hour to kind of would you say gain that back. Okay. I say I gotta move this too. So 1 second here. Let me. That is not what I'm looking to move. That's what I'm looking to move. Let me just get that thing out of the way. Okay, that's better. Again, new overlay. It's weird. I basically had the same overlay for 6 years. Remember when we were talking about the new table, right? And how devastating the new table was, and just trying to make things work, even though things were just like an inch or two different here. And I was gonna say, AG, that time change is still gonna be getting you. Now, the Landrist, are you still there in Arizona? Sorry if I'm spacing out on that. Oh, I'm gonna get the asphaltum. That's it, asphaltum. And again, look at the difference, Landrast. Well, first I told you this one was like 1,000 pounds heavier than this one. This one too is like almost partially hollow on the inside. This is all solid. And just look at that wheel. Look at those wheels there. So great to see you there, Armored Wolf. Sorry that I wasn't able to give you more warning. I thought I was going. Then it's like, nope, I got to do this. Then I'm okay. Now we're nope, I got to do that. So yeah, sorry about that, Armored Wolf. I really was hoping to be starting about 11:25, 11:30, but then again, I was trying to do something that should have only taken a few minutes, and the computer said, "Nah. How's about we make that take a whole lot longer? You'd absolutely love it. You're gonna love this thing where I don't do what you need me to do. I've been doing that for a long time, but you'll love it even more now." Let me see if I can't get more. There we go. There we go. So I'm just kind of throwing this in just to get this more a little bit closer to. Ooh, you know what? I didn't have this last time. Fabulous Pearline Crimson. Yeah, nothing but the finest for a Linseed Racer here, right, Landrast? Yeah, let's do this here. So, well, you should be back by the next year. And again, we'll be doing more of our Flat Thursday. We'll be taking our. Where'd you go? There you are. So we've done the daylight or the sunrise version. We've done the moonlight. Now we're gonna go. We're gonna do the sunset version. And then we're either gonna start doing some portrait characters from our Cyberthurian universe, or we are gonna start doing some landscapes from our fabulous Compass Rose universe. Now, Armored Wolf, I got some graphics to show you. This new Civ. Well, it's not a new Civ. I mean, it was part of the original stuff, but I was add more detail to it and stuff. And there's some stuff I can't wait to show you. Oh my gosh, it was. I was telling Melissa, it's like, well, most people are gonna think like the Seri Republic or even the Jolarans or something are gonna be my favorite Civ or something like that. I think the Muskins are actually going to be my favorite Civ. Now let me take this like Mars red, Indian red here. That's going to go on some of the wings. We're doing all dry brushy stuff here because we want this to set. Yes. Then we're gonna do all our freehandy stuff. Land rest. I swear that I have that. No, I don't know if I'll be able to reach that easily. Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute. Of course, now, do yours have the stupid new labels on them, Landrast? I hate those new labels. I mean, not that these are. Again, I kind of prefer the Williamsburg of all the labels, right? Because, I mean, this is the actual stuff, right? This right here on the label is the actual stuff. At least it used to be. I don't know. They haven't. I don't think they've changed that, have they, Landrast? I think that's still the same. Now, the other thing that is kind of interesting is that, well, look at this. Whoops. Oh, the cavalry channel. But Alkids for victory. Yeah, we're gonna have to put ourselves a couple of other little like the APCC. We'll have to put that logo on there. So again, AD. Well, man, if you wanted to share your stuff in the chat, there, AD. I know we were talking about that. All right. Well, have a good. Well, also, fast travels back and safe travels back. All that good stuff there, AD. So appreciate everything. And again, take care. Everybody, please give AD Creations a follow. We're gonna keep rolling with this. Also here. Also here. Now this has got the genuine hubcap. I might do this. Where are we at with this? No, I'll just stick with this here. I might on these here. Yeah, we didn't have this chance on the other one. I think yeah, we got some fun with that. Just again, gonna do some dry brushy stuffs here. Nothing terribly fancy. But you can see how this is kind of starting to get that little bit of a little bit of a burnt orangey kind of deal going on. Now, again, not gonna be a ton. And again, we're using Elkids, we're using dry brushy type stuff. Why? Because if we're gonna put all the freehand stuff over this, we better have that. Again, not going to be dry, but at least have it be set. I should probably get some of this stuff out of the way, but you can kind of see again where we're going with our colors, yes. Now, these are those marker pens, or not marker brushes. Is this the, I'm telling you, Landris, every single time I grab the wrong end. But these were the ones we used in our freehand video there. So let's say you're not quite comfortable brushing this stuff on, you could use these. And we've done a couple of videos like, was that our fabulous, I was going to say Golden King of Abercat. No, that was our Shadow Lord. Then that's good there, AD. Again, I know it's going to be a grind. Well, hopefully maybe not as much of a grind, a little more clear skies for you. When you head back, I shall take a little more. I guess I am going to need to put more of that Puro Orange out there. Fine, be that way. Whatevs. So this is not actually for a game, Wolfenstein, although, well, I mean, actually, Wolfenstein, they would have to be printed out a lot smaller than this, but there's a bunch of racing games out there. There's a bunch of... I actually had worked on a few racing games back in the day. The big thing I was working on back in the day was my baseball game, my football game, the basketball game, hockey game, did all of those. Well, we'll be doing those again, too. Don't you worry about that. Actually, Armored Wolf, I think I'm going to take a break from all the clear resins for a bit. They're not quite doing what I thought they would do. Initially they did, and then they kind of stopped. I'm going to try the, what's the navy gray, whatever, that the ABS like. Because what's weird, Armored Wolf, is that, like with the clear blue, I was printing out some stuff. Now, again, it could be the settings or whatever, but those supports were not coming off. I mean, not without a Sawzall. And I thought that ABS-like stuff was, the supports were supposed to come off easy. Oh, no, they did not. They were hanging on there. Actually, I'm not even sure a sawzall would get rid of them. Now it was saying that, well, because it's the clear blue or the clear red, you can, and the smoky black was the worst one, Armored Wolf. That I immediately stopped using that. I tried a couple of times using it. I'm like, what is going on with this stuff? So not sure what's going on there. Of course, that the temperatures are a little bit different now. I don't know. Let me take a little look see here. I don't think we want to go too much lighter with our orangey browns there. I think what I'm going to do is try getting some of the lighter stuff on the tires here. So yes, our Cyberthuria board game and the Cyberthuria role-playing game. Again, those are pretty far along. Then unfortunately, there's not much more I can do until I get the tiles painted. And I also have to see, do I need more tiles? Because we're at the point now where it's not like I'm going to try and play full games of it, but I at least need to test turns, or rounds or something like that. But right now, I don't quite have all the stuff ready for that because I was kind of focused on other things with the game, right? Trying to lock down the characters. Also, I've been trying to work on, and this is much more complicated, what happens if there's not, one person for every character? What happens if you're trying to do solo? How does that work? What happens if it's just like you and one other person? How do you make it less than, say, a 6-person game? So I know it seems like I haven't been working on it. I have. It's just there's really not much I can show visually that has quite the impact of, say, the miniatures. Although I'm hoping that on the Monday stream, you'll be seeing the corrupted board game characters. Now, actually, I might be painting those up on Friday. Either that or we hold them till Saturday because that would almost be like a Saturday challenge. Yeah, we'd paint a bunch of them on the Saturday challenge. So yeah, maybe that. Might just do that. So here we're just kind of getting a nice little warm-ish gray right here. And of course, well, we cover all things racing, right? We'll be covering. We've already done, we're doing pre-coverage on the Indianapolis 500. Why? Because here, where are we at here? Oh, that's why. Where is this? Oh, it's all the way at the bottom. 1 second here. Let me scroll this scene up if it's going to actually let me do that. I'm like, where's my scene over here? So 1 second, we'll get to it. Oh, that's right. I did this last night, and of course, it did not cooperate and actually move the scene. Now it has moved the scene, which means now I am much closer to this, which is, of course, the Wampelville Sports Network. And of course, it's time for spring football, which means the APCC is going to be back in conversation. Nice to see you there, Camda. Look at that. Once again, for like the 11th season in a row, the Swampton Crocs are your preseason #1. And of course, your preseason #2 would be Barton. Yes. So let me scroll back down to my screen there. So yeah, Camda, yet another new overlay. And actually, Camda, I already have the overlay done. Oh, that's what I got to send you, Landrast. Unfortunately, I just didn't get the time, but I'll send you the Battle of Midway overlay. You're gonna like it. That is not too shabby. I gotta say, that's actually probably the best overlay that I've made so far. So I'm pretty stoked about that overlay. So I'll send you that. Still not quite sure if we're just gonna paint another Dauntless. Well, actually, we did all 3 things. We painted a Dauntless, we painted the Enterprise, and then we also painted, speaking of, where's it high? There it is. We also, whoops, that's not it either. It is totally buried. There it is. That is what we painted last year. Thank you so much, Landrast. Appreciate that. Let me get all these things put away. And we're going to grab ourselves a wee spot of jet fuel. Nice to see you there, Paradigm. 64-bit color, that's for sure, Landrast. That's the only, we don't roll with 16-bit color, right, Landrast? Oh, it was the Apple II GS. Yes, I was so thrilled. That had 16 colors. Yeah, that was like having, well, 64 million now. Well, here's hoping that the angry orklings are going to give you a little peace and quiet for a bit there, Camda. Might even scuff up these tires a little bit. I mean, they do get kind of scuffed up. They're not out there for that many laps. They're not out there for that many laps. All right, we're starting to work those in. And then we got to do our cross braces now. These cross braces are so much stronger. I mean, I was putting a lot of stress on this thing, and these cross braces were just fine. Now we're just trying to get something that is not our brownish color here on said cross braces. So this one was, now again, they've changed the Indy cars drastically just from last year. This is much more like your Indy car for the last little while here. This was still so bizarre, the rocket engine thing there. And this thing is so heavy. Nice to see you there, Valfair. So Valfair, I think I did send you a picture of these, right? Well, the new print and everything. I'm pretty sure that I did. So great to see you there, Valfair. I knew. I was like, wait a minute, there was another. Oh, and also too. Well, do we make that red? I guess we'll have to make that red, even though that's supposed to be only for when the caution is out or whatever. So again, I'm pretty sure that's still a feature on today's Indy cars. Actually, Valfera, when the heck is it noon or is it like 11 or something when the race is supposed to actually start there, Valfera? I mean, the earlier that thing starts, the closer it is to me, like, well, not having gotten to bed yet. So that could get a little crazy. I seem to remember last year it started so early that, I mean, I had just gotten to sleep like an hour or two before the race started, it seemed like. Now again, these are those marker brush things that I was talking about here, and this is what some people use for. Now, of course, now that we got the wet oil paints on there, guess what? You can't use them no more, not until that stuff dries. So I'm not sure. Somebody is sending tons of messages here. Holy smokes! Is it a bunch of people sending messages with the LVO stuff there, Armored Wolf? Because all of a sudden there's just like messages galore coming in. Nice to see you there, Conrads. Is this your 120? Because this is your 120, right, Conrads? I think that's what you're saying last night. Okay, yeah, see, I wasn't that far off, Velfera. Yeah, that's gonna be like potentially about an hour and a half after I get to sleep. And I'm not joking. It could be something like 10:15, 10:20 by the time I get to sleep. Now, of course, the benefit is it's not like I got a TV anyways. I'll just see if that Fox Sports app is working or something like that, and we'll try and catch it there or something. But great to see you again, Conrads. Now, Camden, did you have a chance to share your stuff in the chat yet? I don't think so. Again, if you want to share stuff, please go ahead. So now we got our struts in there. You know what? Fine. We'll hit this one down here. I wasn't gonna, but now I'm gonna. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Camda just shared. Everybody please give Camda a follow. All that stuff. Okay, there we go. That's gonna do that now. Wait a minute. One sec over here. One sec. Alright, we got that. We got that. We got that. Alright. Alright. I believes it is time. And oh, by the way, this is the genuine Williamsburg Indian Yellow out here. This is not the light version. This is the high octane. See what I did there, Valfira? Yeah, it's the high octane version. That ain't gonna do it. Now let me do something like this here. Okay, so eyes can see that, and we're gonna start out with the numerals. We're just gonna get those in place first, like. And then we'll do whatever shade and stuff around it. All we're trying to do is sketch these bad boys in right now. That is it. That's all we're trying to do. That is it. Bring in some of you. Okay, maybe more of our white there. Okay, there we go. And then again, we'll just roll this around. So there's your Alkids for victory. All right, there's your cavalry channel there. Linty Fusto. There I was thinking of some of the other logos now. Things that we didn't used to have before. Of course, I don't have. Oh, that's right. What was it? Oh, Hello Kitty. Was that the thing I was supposed to find there, Valfira? I had to put a sneaky, cheeky Hello Kitty on stuff. Nice to see you there, Roland. I hope that all is well. So great to see you there, Roland. Appreciate you stopping by. Let's do a little more thinner. Sure. Okay, not might be almost a little too much now. Almost a little too much. So yeah, I doubt we're gonna catch much of the early portion of the. Of course, I guess I could. You know, once the race is over, right? I could see if somebody's got the race on YouTube. Once it's over, who the heck cares? Because I keep forgetting, if it's a 3-hour race there? Well, obviously that's with no red flags, right? Right, Valfira? So yeah, Roland rates. It's not quite a car without advertising all over it, right, Roland? It just doesn't feel like racing if it's not covered in logos. Nah, so it is 119 for Conrad's, which means our Armada Monday will be 120 for you. It's kind of funny, Conrad's, because I always just talk about the evils of decals. Those things are definitely satanic. And then also, too, the neat thing about this is that if I don't like that, it's like, oh, well, gee whiz, look what just happened there. How's about we try it again? We say, nope. let's have another whack at that. I think yeah, that's gonna be better right there. Hey there, Horns fan, how you doing? Now, Horns fan, did they play another? Did they play Game 4 already, or are we waiting for Game 4 till? Well, I guess later tonight. Because again, obviously, there's a certain race that's going to be happening, and again, all of this rolling. This was last year's Linseed Racer. That was all very much the freehandy stuff. Now that's another series there, Horns fan, that people kind of kept saying was going to go maybe in a certain direction. Actually, let me get rid of this crazy thing here. That is not it. Where is my... Ah, there it is. Okay, that is not what we wanted right there. Apparently that must be locked also. Let me guess. That is... Yep, that is also locked. No wonder I couldn't move it. Alright, now you won't see the crazy little lines popping up underneath there anymore. Let's get back to this now. Because reasons. Let me see. That was definitely a series that that the Knicks were supposed to kind of take care of business, but that's weird. I had no idea, Horns fan, that Tibbs was the coach there. Well, he was the coach. He got replaced. It's really weird for a team to, replace the coach during a conference finals run. That is kind of bizarre, to say the least. So great to see it here, Horns fan. Let me do this. There's all kinds of noise about how next year's draft, like this year, you either make hay in this year's draft, or you like it could be 2 drafts before you really get anything really decent. So yeah, not super surprised. I think, well, obviously everybody keeps saying, well, the road goes through the West. Well, in the NBA, anyways. Yeah, we'll get our orange around that. We got our pure orange out here too. Now, I'm actually gonna try to hit this here. Let's get rid of that first. So that's what we're. Oh wait, I can do the number while I'm doing the numbers here. I'll do that. It's a numbers game. It's a numbers game. We'll chuck you in here. No, they're gonna move that over. So Horns fan again, if you want to share any of the Middle Earth stuff there, oh no, that actually was where we wanted that to be. Never mind. Never mind. And of course, last night, where'd she go? We did the first of our Celtic goddesses there. We started off with the Morrigan. Looky there. That was super fun. Now again, I am hoping to have the corrupted versions of our Cybertheria carriers characters, the small ones, the gaming board game size. I don't think I'll be able to do that this week, but I am hoping maybe by this time, this coming weekend, to try to at least play out a couple of turns. Because, again, there's having mechanics and rules and all the other kind of stuff. And then there's the, well, okay, that table, we got to change that chart. or something that you thought was, well, okay, that's normal. It's either horribly unbalanced one way or the other. It's like it's too good or it's no good at all. And play testing is much like onions. It has layers. There's kind of your very, very initial play test where you can kind of see right away. It's like, okay, 7 rounds is not long enough for this game, or 7 rounds is 2 rounds too long, or even 1 round too long. That's fantastic. Yeah, Horns fan, believe it or not, I might have to, well, because the one, whatchamacallit, is basically dead, the Anycubic is I could still use it. It's just diminishing returns, we'll put it that way. Like, very much diminishing returns if I try to keep using that Anycubic. Nice to see you there, Stulitzer. Happy Sunday to you. Happy race day. I do not have any milk here. Mostly because dairy products like that and talking, those don't usually go together. Those tend to gum up the voice. So we usually avoid the dairy products when trying to do the talky stuff. So again, here's what we painted last year. And we're doing this, again, a similar thing this year, except, again, Valfera, this is, again, that's the file that I made. And as you can see, it takes up a fraction of the resin. And by fraction, I'm talking about this one probably takes maybe 45%, at most 50% of the resin of that other one. That's how much we were able to kind of cut back on our resin usage there. So again, appreciate everybody being here. Again, sorry that it's a little bit later. We've been trying to get going, 10 o'clock on Saturdays, but I wasn't here. I didn't get here until I think somewhere around 10:30. So there was not going to be any 10 o'clock start. That I knew for sure. I was hoping again that I could maybe be back for 11, and then it's like, okay, no, there's too much stuff yet to do here before that. All this stuff was basically as ready as I could make it. This was other stuff. Actually, somebody was kind enough to sign up for the Patreon page, but guess what? That means I've got to send out the email with all the links. And then there's a couple of other things that, well, the only time I could have done those is when I was away. They were kind of a time-sensitive thing. It's not like you do them whenever you want. It's like, okay, it's these different systems that I use. If you want to get the free credits, you have to do this stuff whenever it's been 24 hours. And basically do that every single day, and that is why I've been able to make so many iterations of things, because yeah, we're never going to have that credit situation again, Valfera, right? Where we're just like counting out every iteration because we got like 60 credits left. Yeah, now we measure credits in the thousands, not in the dozens or the hundreds. So I'm glad that that's working out real well for you there, Horns fan. And again, Horns fan, you want to start sharing that. It looked really good, the pictures that you sent me there. Yeah, that was looking mighty good. I'm sure you'll have fun painting it. I'm sure you're going to have fun, seeing it all out on the table. That's always very satisfying, right? Right, Horns fans, seeing all that stuff out there. Actually, interest. I keep wanting to See that the big Mordheim city that you painted with the little lights in there? For whatever reason, there's just that would be a really nifty thing to see. Nah, so Cam, remember last night on stream? Was it last? Yeah, it was last night on stream. I was talking about the three truths, or no, not the was it the philosophy of height and the three thoughts? Yes, the three thoughts. Well, I was working on another one of my old character profiles, and the sacred tools. Oh my gosh, it is. That's got to be a sticker. It's either got a sticker or a T-shirt. A T-shirt. That's what it's got to be. Because it's too large to be a sticker, but it would work really nifty as a sticker or as a T-shirt. Ah, well, that's fantastic there, Horns fan. Now again, we're gonna be doing the orangey stuff around all the numbers here. So, is there another? Okay, have I gotten all the numbers on here? We'll say sure. All right, Linseed Fellowship time. Man, let's do the wing. Well, the aft wing first. Let's do that. Now again, I'm probably gonna be sticking my hand on there. Whatever's. It's Alkids. Whoops. How about I orientate this the way I need? There we go. So it looks like the F goes over here. And again, what we're putting on there is our Sindar in here. See, look at Steven. It says Linseed Fellowship. Yeah, let's. We don't want too much paint on there. There's gonna be our L. There's that, and let's just start marking this out. If we don't like it, we can make that change pretty easy. Pretty easy. We should just enough room. No, we're gonna squish that up some more. He said, nah, that's too far over. Well, look at that. Golly gee willikers, it's like we got ourselves an Racer. See what I did there? Yeah, I did that. You didn't see that one coming now, did you? And then we got squinches. I want to try and save about, I want to say a 16th of an inch. An eighth of an inch would be ideal. Well, we'll at least get a 16th out of this. Yeah, I don't think we're getting an 8. We're getting a 16th. Cam, I'm not fooling around with this. I just, as soon as the text and stuff, I really like the text of it, right? What it stands for and everything. I was really happy about that. Again, it's all from the stuff that I did years and years and years ago. It's just the way it looks. Oh my goodness. Absolutely love it. And Horns fan, that might change. That could change because the Horns fan. Once I got the gigantic photo, and those rotating things there, Horns fan, and yeah, once I started painting backdrops, yes, this this changed a whole bunch of stuff, Horns fan. Once I started painting backdrops, and that might be some fun for you too. Actually, speaking of which, Camda, your what the heck was that? Your Medusa one there. I'm just visualizing you painting some kind of a backdrop for your Medusa statue there. There's her S. That. Come on, let me finish this baby off here. Squeeze you in. You know what? I'm going to do this again. Whatevers. That's the beauty of the oil paints. Ah, okay, there we go. I got myself about that 1/16 of an inch I've been looking for. Okay, yeah, that's about what I needed there. And now it all fits. There we go. I just needed to do that. That's all. We're going to leave that set. Going to leave that set. These over here, let's see. So one of the things that sometimes we used to do back at the kit was you count the characters. Now you would say, okay, you got 3, you got yourself 7 letters there. However, one of them is an I. Now, fortunately, you got another one over there because the I, well, needless to say, that's not quite as large. Now, you do have the capital there, which is a little bit bigger. Right? So you got yourself 2, 4, 6. So essentially, that you got 2 equal length words right there. But we got these 3 extra letters over here. Plus, again, that's just an I there. So when we're going to space this thing out, we can't just kind of go, you know, that's roughly half. We can't just go halvesies and put Linseed here, Fellowship there. You can see, look at this. See, this stopped about at maybe, I want to say 40% through. We got to do the same thing. So if this is our halfway point right there, Linseed got to stop about there. I think that's as far as we can go with Linseed there. Yeah, yes, yeah. I think that would be super cool. I mean, Cam, with as much work as went into just putting that stupid thing together, well, also printing it too, right? Might as well kind of, go the rest of the way and make yourself a nice little backdrop for it. Now, also too, a little bit easier here, and that this is not script. It's just your capitals here. Now again, well, see what the other the other thing we can do is you can sort of backfill things. So we'll do the last letter. Now we gotta get 3 letters in here. They are all of the same size width-wise. Also, you got to remember things like kerning. We don't have to worry about leading because there's no multiple lines, but kerning is a big, big thing when you're talking about fonts and letters and all that sort of stuff. And everyone, what in the world is he talking about? This right here. See that W or that O? Optical delusions say if you just have this, see how it's the W and the L are crossing over parts of the O there? If you just like stop this here, that O is going to look really weird, especially with this L on the other side of it. So you can see the O is pushed over or the L is shoved underneath it. You can see the W, look, it's over the top of that O. Same thing here with the S. See how it goes over, the W is going over the S right there? And that is a kerning thing. You don't space the letters out equally. So Camda, just a general kind of thing. Light over the top, light coming from each side. That's kind of, what would you say, is a good starting point there? You can't go wrong with that, I guess. Obviously, you can get snazzier. See, I'm going to move that I over a little. And of course, we're what, 49 minutes in? Yeah, we're 49 minutes in. Change our D here also too. I can see we want to. We're going to do something like this here. Super, super, super light. Using our just again, just the edge of the brush there. What's funny, Camden, is I still have from my academy days, I still have a ruler that just has things like picas and all that kind of stuff. It has inches, but has nothing else. Everything else is picas and basically all printing type stuff. And I keep grabbing that stupid thing every time, Camden, because like millimeters, all right? Because I'm constantly having to measure out millimeter stuff. And it's the one ruler that does not have that. It has, again, things for leading and kerning. Now, if you're wondering what the heck leading is, so you got kerning with the space between letters horizontally. Leading is the vertical. I wonder. Wait is this the one? It's one of these two. Let me see if. Oh no! Unfortunately, it's the one on the bottom. I'm just gonna. Oh, fine. I'll take all three of them down. Nope, it's not letting me have any of them. Sorry. I was gonna show them to you, but I can't. Not from this angle. Not from behind that thing. Nope. Now see, this is almost how Kathy would do her Celtic knotwork there. See, we got that little bit of a. See the little lines there. And I'll shoot you. Try and get you a picture of that. And again, Camden, I'll try to. There is so much stuff to send you. Same thing there, Velfair, as far as all the Starship stuff. There's so much stuff. And this is why I'm not doing the Google Drives. This is definitely why I'm not doing the Google Drives, because oh my god, that would have been a major. I would have had to spend more time redoing that. All right, here it is. Look at this. Here's our O. I'm gonna kiss this L over just a smidge here. So see the O crosses over the O. Oh, am I zoomed in all the way? I think so. Yep, zoomed in all the way. I am zoomed in all the way. Now the thing I can send you with, not needing a whole bunch of anything else besides just an Instagram message is the overlay for, it's going to be up all week long. So basically starting in June, I'm gonna have the midway overlay up there. Yep, starting in June, we're gonna have the midway overlay. I don't know how many times I'll actually be streaming in that first week. And we should have just enough space. Look at this. There is just enough space for that on there. So I know last year we did a Dauntless. We did the Enterprise, right? The aircraft carrier there. So what I'll try to do is, again, if I can find that file, we'll try to maybe print that one up again, or print it up again and then paint that, which means I got to start doing that now because it's already the 24th. So we'll find that file. I'm gonna smudge this over here a little bit. I'm gonna push it a little more to the, a little bit more to the left here. Again, sorry about the voice. I had to talk over a bunch of people, so the voice. I might need either more meds or more cough drops. I only got one left in here, so when I go to refresh the medicine. Who knows? I might just be refreshing cough drops instead. Ah, that's it. I needed that. I mean, we're talking about less than a 16th of an inch. And that turned out to be just exactly what was needed. And of course, now that we've got this, it'll be a little bit easier to push that over to the other side. So yeah, Camda, that was something. Now again, part of it is okay. It's in June, but I was again, I was making model ships for that Camda out of modeling clay when I was like 8 years old. I tried doing that, Valfira. Unfortunately, it was a hideous failure because the issue is stuff that's recognizable. Well, that's the worst thing you can possibly do. And any kind of historical ships, it basically defaults to generic ship number 3, which I was reminded of. I thought maybe that had changed a little bit, Valfira. Well, I was wrong. It hasn't changed literally at all. Oh, I did have one of these sitting over here. Oh, I can use that. I can use that. I think either that or... Oh, look at this. This is from that freehand video, right, where we drew it out, then we painted it, and then we said, okay, let's paint it at the size, right? That was the size of the shield right there. I'm trying to find me a piece of paper, which of course... Oh, wait. Okay, there we go. Somehow I think we can do without the French versions of the instructions here. I mean, is that the whole thing is French? All right, well, that's good because I'm going to... Wow, that is really thick. Either it's very thick paper or it's not. Okay, there it is. Now it's unfolding. Yeah. That never happens with printers, ever. With no printers whatsoever, you never have this. That never happens. Whether they're 2D or 3D, it does not matter. You never have those. I mean, why would that ever happen, right, Valfira? So what we're trying to do here... Yeah, I might just go... Well, of course, that ain't not the marker I'm looking for. I'm looking for something a little darker here. Let's try this one. Ah, look at this. Okay. It's very difficult to do that with just one hand. Also, too, that is being painful. So I'm going to get rid of the extra stuff there. Ooh, we're almost there. All right, that'll do it. This is a super complex measuring device right here. Again, you might expect to pay hundreds of dollars for a measuring device like this, but we can sell these. We'll give them 3 of you for $1,300. Yeah, Valfira, anything that is like that. That's why you haven't seen me making any of that stuff. Making my own stuff, again, like, I think this is dry now, yeah. Making stuff like this is no problem because it's my own design and it's not trying to default to something. If you're trying to make, again, like the Enterprise or the Arizona, good luck with that. That is not going to happen. So now that I'm armed with this thing, I can see, okay, that's where Linseed has to end, right here, or thereabouts, and Fellowship is over there. That's literally all I wanted was that stupid dot. That's all I was after, because this line is going to indicate where the bottoms or the letter's going to go. Come on. There's the bottom, right? Now we're going to do this, and we say that is about 1/8, maybe 3/16. I'm going to say it's about 3/16 of an inch tall. So we'll do that. Across we go. There is nice. Nice to see you there, bench guy. Now, of course, Velfira, let's see. Okay, that's where a D is supposed to end. Let's get that in there first. And we'll work towards it. We'll start over here. And then we fill in from there. And now Velfira, you know, I talk about it, actually I did it a couple times on the stream there, right? Where you slow down the heartbeat, you hold your breath, all that stuff, all the target shooting aspects there. I wasn't fooling around. That's a legit thing. That is most definitely a legit thing, is that, again, slowing down your heartbeat, hold your breath for doing your super detail stuff there. Oh, well, look at that. Looky there. It's actually going to, I think it's going to fit just about right. Just about right. Velfire, if you wanted to share some of the stuff there, if you wanted to share stuff like the hand and stuff, actually, Velfire, in a case of, you know, our phones or whatever are not listening to us at all, again, I was inundated with a whole bunch of stuff for LED stuff, Velfare, for lighting model kits. Yes, ad after ad for illuminating model kits after we were talking about, you know, your inset lights in your projects there. Yeah, I mean, I was bombarded by a ton of them. I mean, it was crazy. I think what you're trying to say there, Camda, is that, you know, for most folks, their hand acts like a 3D printer or a 2D or a an Epson printer. I think that's what you're saying. They're not so cooperative, right, for following instructions. So let us get our second word in here. There. That will go over the top. To our W, we go. Now, of course, we got the big old tire in the way. We may hit that. There's probably going to be a certain point where I just have this upside down or something. So again, great to see you there, bench guy. What we got here? There is that. Gonna have to pretty much tilt this over on its side to get the last little bit. And here's our last letter. Goes. Nope, not there. Nice to see you there, Artemichael. Artemichael, why don't you do the thing, share the thing, all that stuff. Now we got it. Now we're getting there. All right, there's. Okay, that's something that we'll expound on that later. Now, I was thinking instead of here for this, I was thinking over there. That would be a much neater place for it right there. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Michael just shared. And of course here we don't really quite have to, if it's a little bit over one direction or another, it's like, whatever, who cares? Not a big deal. Come on, there we are. We're just kind of laying things out for now, and we'll tighten all that stuff up later. There's our D. And we go. And of course, that stuff that we dry brushed on here, that stuff is still wet, still something we can that we can mix with. Last word for this little thing here. Everybody check out the link there, that Instagram link. Valfira just shared. All right. All right. Now for this side, I really don't think it would be fair if it didn't say oxide forever. If we're gonna honor alkyds, we gotta honor oxides, right, Camden? Let's have a little something for oxides here. No problem, Nick. Valfred, no problem. Yeah, so Valve here, what I'll do is I'll just send you all the image stuff, and like I said, I think it won't. Let's put it this way, it'll be a little bit out of order in some ways because you'll kind of be getting all the audio stuff that goes with it, sort of after the fact. But I just want you to see the images. I mean, they do tell a pretty good story just by themselves. The other stuff is just kind of for the dramatic impact of it. Camden. Now, since this has some of the Williamsburg, since this has some of the Williamsburg Indy in yellow in there, it's covering this a little bit easier than it would if it was just the alkyd stuff. I would say, Camden, that I can actually go a little bit less with the thinner here than if this was just the straight up alkyd stuff. I'd almost have to go stronger with the thinner. This is almost as low as a 50-50, Camden. No, I want to change that. I want to change that to something else here. Again, look at it. I mean, it's like there's nothing. It hasn't changed anything. What do we get? Let's see. might just change that again. Yeah, I'm going to change that again. I like the idea of Oxide University. Which means I shall make this a little smaller then. Not too small. Now here I got to get me a little more thinner because we just wiped that away. So I had to just go now with a little bit more thinner there. Alrighty. But the color that you're using, Camda, especially with the freehand stuff, can have a big impact. Now, it's a weird little oxymoron to say the least. That you would say, okay, well, because you're using the alkyds, you don't quite have the contrast and stuff. If you're trying to do light over dark freehand there, Camda, that's where things get a little more. It's funny because usually the alkyds kind of make it easier to do stuff like freehand over stuff that's already been painted if that's still wet. It's a little bit of a caveat there. Where's me eye? There we go. I guess we need a little more. And of course, this right here, our one happy choice brushes, guess what we're not using them for? We're not using them for something like this. This right here, not what they would do very well whatsoever. Let me get this here. I might, there's a, I don't know if I have my, I think we'll put this on there though. Where are we at here? Okay, all my stuff is at a little different place. And I'm gonna put that on there just because that will be super fun. Yeah, Camden, that's when I really, if I really need a that Indian yellow stuff, that's when I use the what would you say, the high octane Indian yellow. Thank you so much, Daddy Kelt. Appreciate that. Everybody, please give Daddy Kelt a follow. Of course, Daddy Kelt, just like when you raid, right? You want to share some stuffs in the chat? Please go ahead. Thank you so much, Daddy Kelt. Appreciate that. And of course, so say we all. Whoops, I almost went to the wrong overlay. Now, hopefully we had some fun playing those games. Oh, and by the way, again, just prepare yourselves. Oh, this is the other thing I can do. I was not able to do this on the other one, but I thought it might be also fun to try, say, this right here. Yes, I thought this could be fun. We did not get a chance to do this on the other one. Like this. There you go. Well, here's hoping that have yourself some fun painting tonight there, Dad Kilt. Now let me try to work this in this away over here, and it's mixing the whole time. You can look at it, see how that's look how it's just disappearing. is literally just disappearing. Arda Michael, did you get a chance to share your stuff there in the chat? I wasn't sure, but yeah, I thought you already did. But if you haven't had a chance to share the stuffs yet, Arda Michael, please go ahead and do that. I'll attack you this way, fine. Also, too, on this one, I want to do the, we didn't get a chance to do the hubcaps on the other one because it didn't have hubcaps. This here one does. And I would actually like to make them almost look kind of fiery. Alright. That way. Oh, here we are. I was going to have something kind of come down. Like this, up and over. And lead into this. Which we gotta now replicate over there. Over and then down. Come on, try this again. Down we go. Are we right about in the same place? Now I'll do this over here. Come on, stay with me here. Alright, that's better. Where does that start? It starts here. Comes down that away. Pull this down further. Let me... Wow, man, I'm actually going to have to get myself some more... Wow, I was not expecting to have to use more than... What? It's not like I put a ton of that stuff out there to begin with, but gee whiz, wow. Like, I actually had to get me more Piro Orange out here. Oh, okay, now that is more than I'm going to use. That might just be the other way around. Might have gone a little too strong with it there. Looking for... Nah. Where did all those bad boys go? They're around somewhere. Oh, okay. That's where they all went. Wow, there's a whole bunch of them. I couldn't find any. And I was like, oh, look at them. They're all over here. Alright, fine. So thanks so much, Armored Wolf, for posting the link to the Patreon page. I will be filming... Well, here, let's do a quick little test. First, we'll say hello to Recoil. Thanks, Recoil. Appreciate that. Recoil, look at this. And yet another overlay, Recoil. Check it out. More overlays, more... Oh, and I'll send you the one I'm going to use for Battle of Midway there, Recoil. So thank you so much, Recoil. Appreciate that. I just want to see something here. Okay, I know what we're filming. We're filming this later today because look at that. That's cadmium red. I'm telling you, this FDM stuff, if you use it, if it's thin enough and you also have alkyds mixed with it, that's cadmium red. That's dry. I mean, I don't mean like tacky dry. That's like Nothing coming onto my hand drive. So guess what we're finishing off? We're going to finish off that series on the Patreon page tomorrow. Nice to see you there, Nganes. Why don't you post some fabulous stuff in the chat there, Nganes? Hey, same thing there, Pascal. Please post some links. Everybody, please give Nganes a follow. Everybody, give Pascal a follow. So last year, Pascal, well, it is race day. Later today, what would you say? 11-ish hours from now, they're going to run the Indianapolis 500. And of course, this is our Linseed Racer, as we call it here. So we did this last year, so it's kind of a stream tradition now, Pascal. A stream tradition. Because when I was a kid, I used to actually sculpt tiny little Indianapolis, but they were basically about this big, out of modeling clay. I made Indianapolis 500 race cars. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Ngane shared. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Pascal just shared. Everybody give both a follow as well. So recoil, what I'm going to do is I tried sending that stuff in it's too big even for emails. It just becomes Google Drive links, and I'm like, the heck with this. So what I'll do, recoil, I know it's not going to make as much sense, but I'm just going to send all of the pictures and the Instagrams there, and then I'll send you a couple of emails with the audio things, and I'll try and tell you what you'll be able to tell what they go with when you listen to them. But I hope that's okay, recoil, because, well, there's just so much stuff. Also, recoil, we have a new t-shirt. Yes. Well, we have two new t-shirts. We have the Three Truths of the Seri Republic, and now we have the Sacred Tools of the Moskins, or the Moskons. Yes, the Moskins. There, they're sacred tools. That is going to be a T-shirt because they're too big for a sticker. Recoil, but I think they would be good on a T-shirt. Because, we don't have enough stuff, right? Recoil. Those can definitely have an... Oh, actually, you know what? I've been using the spray stuff. I wonder if that's been having an effect there. Again, because that's not primer. That is basically Liquitex paint. And I mean like just Liquitex paint. It's in a can. Instead of, you brush it on, you just spray it on. See you in a bit there, Pascal. Are we even an hour? Okay, well, I guess we're an hour 22 minutes in. And again, everybody, please check out what Pascal said. I almost combined Valfera and Nganes together. Usually it's Valfera and Camda that I'm combining together. To either Camfera or Valfanda. I think you could say these are relatively matte. They are again just Liquitex paint. They are not spray paints because they are foam safe. Yes, because we used them on all that foam terrain. Remember that Rohan terrain that I made? Had no problems with it. So we've got, let's see, we have a very, very, very full set of stuff now on the Seri Republic. Actually, I'm working more on the Great Union of New Terra. Because some of these civs, it's like, okay, when I do stuff on one, it affects the other. And that's why I can't really do the Google Drive links, because I'm constantly going back. It's almost like here, where we were going back and forth on our freehand. On some of those, I had to go back and forth and say, it's like, okay, if we're going to change this aspect of this society, then we're going to have to change this. But very, very, very excited because now basically every civ has an architecture style. It's not just a ship style. The ships are almost secondary, which is hilarious. The ships, again, because I have 235 years worth of a timeline to work with, and all kinds of events and this and that and the other, and basically individual characters. That has allowed me to expand on that, and holy smokes. Let me do this right here. And of course, we have the first bust. This is the Alchiba right here. There's your fish folk. That is the next batch of ships that I was going to be working on as well. Now, what we want to maybe try and do is start getting some of our orange in other places. Let's hit this. Where's our brushy? Here it is. Over here, like so. And again, this was super fun. This overlay here, that was very fun doing that. I gotta say. All right, we're gonna take you and get a couple of points on that. Down we go. Like that. And I think we'll do a similar thing over here. Have you cut down this way here, or up in and over. Let me try this first. Let's see if that almost looks a little bit like some of our other. Now let's try something different here. That was kind of close. So let's erase and try again. And again, this is why I put that paint there, because it kind of creates a little bit of a slick surface there. That I can quite literally use as almost like an eraser. Where are we at here? Nice to see you there, Rob. So Rob, we actually here. Let me move this out just away. This is from a tutorial that we did where we drew it out and then we painted it real size. But I kind of already have a sketch, which is last year's. So as you can see, we're kind of we're sort of mirroring stuff we've already done. So we're kind of already we're already in all set for that. We're also set to welcome in surface tension painting. Thank you so much, surface tension. So Rob, that's not going to work because this is wet oil paint right here. So yeah, that is wet paint. We can only do paint on top of paint. Now, if it's all dry, and actually in my latest tutorial video with the freehand stuff, we did show using these things. Now, is this the sharp end? Okay, here we go. Yeah. So in that video, again, if this paint is dry, you can actually use these to kind of sketch stuff out there, Rob. But yeah, this is all wet oil paint, which is why, like see here, if I don't like that, that's why I can take Mr. Brushy right here, say, you know what, we'll just do this, and we'll start again. So great to see you there, Surface Tension. Surface Tension, why don't you share some fabulous oil painted stuff in the chat? That would be fabulous. I think that ends right about there. Yeah, we'll say it ends there. You go up and over here. No, more thinner. We'll do some more thinner. top that way. Actually, Rico, I was gonna put a Wampaville Sports Network in a couple of spots on here. The other thing, oh, what was it? Oh yeah, Rico. Well, remember Surface Tension did all of those. I think you did my Easterlings, right? Surface Tension. You did my Easterlings. You did a Rohan Racer too, didn't you? There, Surface Tension. You did Easterlings. You did Rohan. Did you do a Dull Amroth one there? Surface Tension. I can't remember. So again, the pencil, all that's going to do is just scrape away the wet paint that is here. That's why we're going with the Mark 1 liner brush there. Pull that out this way a little bit. There we go. There you are. Nice to see you there, Mutu. So Mutu, hope that everything went well for you this Saturday. Again, we had a little bit of a later start because I did not even get home until, geez, 10:30 something. Maybe. You know what? We'll roll with it here. Let's change that back to this then. And that needs. No. I was like, wait a minute. Why does it have some orangey stuff on there? We need something that doesn't have any stuff on it, like that. Now we're talking. Okay. There we are. Now let's start thinking about some of our orange around these in a sec here. First, how's about we here? Let's get a little bit of this orangey stuff going on here. Valfear, it was all kidding aside, there was a lot of protein in it, Valfear. So I think it's going to provide a little bit of energy that way, for sure. All right. So what we're going to do is start, getting some of the orange stuff in here, and then also around our numbers. We'll reinforce that a little bit. Now we can start doing that on our lettering here too. And again, it's pretty wild to see that the cadmium red is completely dry on that Arachne bas relief. That was printed in FDM. By the way, the need for seed right recoil. Oh, and also recoil, we want to have our different paints, right? So we want to have was that the Egyptian Violet Racer there? We want to have that. We want to have the Oxide Racer. We also want to have I think we were going to have like the Thalo. We were going to have the Thalo series. Then there's the Cobalt Racer, which lasts a long time but but it moves very slowly. Yes, the Cobalt Racer there. And we'll have different race teams, different colors for different race teams and different universities, because why not, right, Recoil? Now I think, yeah, you can see that's really starting to take a little bit more form now, because it was just kind of sketchy before. Now it starts to lock in a bit more. Look at that. See the and of course that's going to get a little bit darker orange, and then up here on top, the yellow. That's going to get later. But a big thing that's going to be happening kind of from here on out is actually doing a ton of cleanup on some of this stuff. And now I'm going to go this way with it. If I'm going to do that, so I need the, there we are. It's starting to also set the edge on our tire here. Oh, here it is. So are you saying we need to do the Terra Verte Racer there, surface tension? But yeah, I've got a whole nother overlay. So basically come June 1st, you will see yet another new overlay, as in never been seen before. That will be, that's going to hit the, that is going to hit the stream whenever June 1st is. So I believe that would be Monday. Now that's that's very appropriate. Oh, that's going to be totally appropriate because that's Armada Monday, I think. I don't do names, dates, or times or something like that, Kanda, but I do think June 1st is going to be, it's going to be a Monday. If so, that works out just perfect. That would be fabulous, actually, if that were the case. Which, if that is the case, then, okay, I'll either print up another version of Enterprise or we'll do something. But then, or maybe, I mean, I could just print out another Enterprise and we'll just say it's Yorktown. They were kind of sister ships. I could do that. That would actually be easier than printing out a, shall we say, a Dauntless. Well, in that case, be ready for yet a new overlay. Which is funny because you were going to get a new overlay no matter what. It was either going to be an overlay for the Starship stuff, but now it's going to be a nifty little overlay for Battle of Midway celebration all week long. But who knows? Maybe we do some of our other gears too. But I think we'll have to just do another Enterprise. I know I printed out a bigger one. I'm pretty sure that's the one we did last year. Was the much larger one instead of the one that's size at pure 1/1800 scale. I guess with the Saturns, I could more easily print out a much larger one. I don't want any. I don't want any animations playing while I'm doing this. That's a little too much. A little bit too much of a resource hog there. Besides, we got this already, right? We got this anyway. There you go. There's your Eye of Sauron. We'll treat you to that. Surface tension, I mean, even when it comes down to a simple statement like AF needs water, I mean, that simple of a statement makes the difference, a massive, massive difference. Because, of course, the Midway thing, that was only one part of the operation. In vintage Japanese fashion, It was a massively complicated plan. They sent a whole nother invasion fleet up to the Aleutian Islands. And, well, needless to say, that wasn't fallen for. And, of course, the fact that they sort of got greedy. It's like, well, okay, we see some shit. We're going to change all of these bombs. Also, at that point, the U.S. ships, all fuel lines, if there was any sort of combat situation, those fuel lines automatically were shut down and filled with carbon dioxide. Whereas on the other side of things, in combat situations, Japanese carriers tended to be more like, a combination of kerosene, gasoline, fireworks, and nuclear weapons. So that was maybe not best practices right there. Because the crazy thing is surface tension. That was not even 6 months after. That was not even 6 months after Pearl Harbor. And the thing is, that the U.S. was already building several carriers. The other thing to surface tension is that actually a whole bunch of the experienced Japanese pilots also were lost, and all the experienced crew. So basically, surface tension, you didn't just lose the ships, you lost all of the stuff that kind of made the Kido Butai what it was. Not just the ships, but also the personnel. And, well, you don't just train carrier personnel overnight, do you, surface tension? Now, you can get the audiobook for Shattered Sword, which is that's kind of one of the more seminal publications on Midway. You have much more of the Japanese accounts in there. Let's put it this way: surface tension. Take Stalingrad, Alamein, and Malta, and combine all three of them. That was the kind of impact that it had. Because basically the U.S., they took basically everything they had. That was it. If that had gone south, their surface tension, there would have been no U.S. carriers in the Pacific for all intents and purposes. So yep, surface tension. There was a Japanese destroyer that was hightailing it back to the fleet, and I think the stuff from Wasp was already in the wrong direction. They gave up. They were heading back, and just as the Enterprise squadron was almost like at the limit of their fuel, they spotted that destroyer, and they said, "Wait a minute, that's going somewhere fast. How's about we follow this thing?" There was one other key thing: surface tension. The Japanese search planes. Their search patterns were nowhere near as complete or as intricate. Also, too, no radar. I mean, it's not like the U.S. radar was as advanced as it was towards the end of the war, but it was still radar. And then, of course, I think you heard about the war games that they did, where essentially there was one Japanese officer. He was playing the U.S. side, and he won. And they basically just said, that doesn't count. He cheated. That there's no way that could happen. So therefore, we're going to ignore the results. Nice to see their Sea Dragon. So it's part two. Oh, we did actually get some lighter hubby caps there. Oh, well, that's good. We'll keep going a little bit later on these then. So great to see it once again there, Sea Dragon. Here's hoping that Saturday was quite enjoyable for you. Let me see. Technically, right now, so we're only 10 hours from race from start your engines. 10 hours from now, the race begins. Well, maybe. I'm not sure those things always begin on time. So yeah, again, surface tension. Shattered Sword is a good resource for all things Midway. Yeah, we gotta get our last few. I'm just gonna go upside down. I'm gonna be easier this way. Because we got ourselves a big old wheel right in the way. I mean, wasn't like I had to do a whole bunch, so no biggie there. This is also again going to become more of an orange. Same here. Same there. And there. Artemichael, that's going to be wild. Now, Artemichael, is somebody going to shine the flashlights there? Is somebody going to shine a giant flashlight at the Germans there from the Soviet side to the for the Zelo Heights? I was like, there's another place we need to do that. That is these places right here. So that needs to get, especially down towards the bottom here. Need to get our orangey stuff there. Well, looky here, we're getting towards 2 hours in. We're working our way to 2 hours in. Now, Sea Dragon, we're going to be doing some painting this weekend. Hopefully, folks have had a chance to get either some painting in, some game at wood, something like that. Fine, I'm going to take that, turn that more orange, like so. That way. That way. Come on. There we are. Now some of the orange. Come on, this way. Alright, here we are. And again, some of this stuff will be toned down even more. We're actually going to be hitting our struts with some lighter stuff too. I want. You know, I'm going to do this some more. I'm looking at what we. Oh yeah. I might. Looking at this. Yeah, let's do it. Perling Crimson enters the mix. Artemichael. Well, you know how we stand on barbaric human customs like that here. Yes, that whole sleep thing. I I mean, just because one species decides to have an evolutionary flaw, you shouldn't continue that, right, Erda Michael? Yes, that whole sleep thing is definitely a failure of evolution. Let's do some more of that. There we go. So, see, that's starting to have a little bit of trend. Then we get the lightest stuff on top. There we are. Around there. Now we got to do these guys. Our Oxide University, and on the other side, Alkids for victory. I think that's what we'll do for Monday. Then is we'll print ourselves up another Enterprise. I'll see if I can make that like maybe significantly bigger. Oh, that's what I could try to do. Velfer, remember we were thinking about, I'm going to actually change this thing here. We were considering taking some kind of a simplified Dauntless type file and then just like basically pasting it to the deck, to the flight deck, to make it look like there was actually planes on board. The reason I'm thinking that's a little more feasible now, Valfera, is because, well, Blender. I had never used Blender then, but I think with Blender now, that might be a possibility. So they made another little change right there. Another quickie little change. Nice to see you there, Doji. Why don't you do the share thing there, Doji? Go ahead and do that. Share some fabulous oil painted stuffs. That would be why the bedroom surface tension. Well, now it's only one shelf, but technically there are miniatures in the bedroom. There, it's just one shelf with where I staged. I believe it's literally it's like the Hobbit shelf. It was all the Hobbit figs and a lot of the like all the different basing bits, like the all the agricultural stuff. Which I thought, okay, that doesn't just work for the hobbits, is that works for like all the different factions there. You gotta have farms. But check out the Instagram link that Doji just shared. Now this here, I think that might just do it. Let me try this around our numerals. Yeah, that's series 13. This mix right here. Yeah, this is a series 13 mix. So this freehand ain't coming cheap, I'll tell you that. Now we're going to come back with our lighter yellow also. And of course, Camden, we were able to, last night on stream, we recognized not just Quattro Cinco, but also Cinco Quattro. We also did Quattro Cinco, or no, Quattro Trace. That's it. Yes, Quattro Trace. That's like as much Spanish as I know. So that you're testing the limits right there with all them numbers. Especially when I don't do names or dates or times. That's pushing the envelope right there. All right. And that's what we're going to do. Then we're going to come back and we lighten up those. And it's also going to have the same kind of not as much of a fade as, say, the letters do elsewhere, but at least a little bit of a fade. Little fade there. The nifty thing about this is that we can use this little kind of outliney type stuff here to do any sort of cleanups that we would need on our numbers here, like say right there. Now that was not the language that I took in high school. That was most definitely not it. Most of us we either took well, a lot of us did French, German. There was a Latin class also. Let me get the. Do we have any more? Okay. Oh, the ones on the rear wing. Okay. Actually, Valfir, am I right? There's no rear wing on the crazy, bizarro new Indy cars, right, Valfir? There's no wing back there. I'm just trying to think, Valfir, where's that downforce coming from? I'm not even sure if there's front wings on there. Now we did that. We did that. Now we got to get to these. Got 2 sets of these to do. Let me get some of this stuff out of the way here. Don't really need all that sitting there. All right, let's do these. Over the top we go. Now, Mutu, you already had a chance to share your stuff, didn't you, right? I think so. I believe you did. So the stream last night was actually broken up into 3 pieces. I think there was one like 5 minute. Well, there was the initial one like a 40-minute piece. Then it chopped off like another 5 minutes, and then it finally settled for the last 4 hours or so, or like 3 hours 40 minutes, something along those lines. That was bizarre. And again, we painted the very first of our Celtic. Well, not the very first, but after Bridget there. It's going to be definitely several hours after the stream working on more, a whole bunch of new files to print out. Like I said, the Cyberthuria stuff, we got to get that going. More sculpts there. Again, the board game stuff. There's a whole nother Celtic goddess. This is the goddess of the underworld. We're going to be trying to do that. Okay. Now this. Both of these wheels getting this, again, this nice deep red here. Very opaque. Courtesy of the Pierrot Orange. Now surface tension, is it still roasty toasty over there? Because there was mention of a certain certain failure of the anti-death orb shield. And I do have to work that into this Compass Rose universe there, surface tension. It'll be kind of one of your lesser known species. They will definitely be from the void there, surface tension. Yes, the ancient Welshlandians, they will definitely come from the void. Because they will be devoid of sun. See what I did there, surface tension? Yeah, it's going to be a world of eternal darkness. Welshlandia. Actually, no, eternal grayness. There you go, surface tension. However, it's only claimed to whatever. Its only exportable product will be a very rare shade of gray. That's of gray pigment. That'll be its only export. It'll be like dilithium planets. Their surface tension. Entire star systems will go to war over access to the gray pigment. I want that dark to get too far up on those letters. And go a little darker. Oh, geez, how I never really get that. Okay. I think right now it's probably in the mid 50s out there. So I don't know what about 9-ish Celsius, something like that. Somewhere between 8 to 10 Celsius out there. I think. Hmm, now we're pretty good to go on our dark over here, so I think we can start to do our lighter stuff here. Yeah, I guess because I think because AD was saying it was 90 something degrees. Well, didn't you say it was 96 degrees yesterday or the day before there, Arda Michael, on maybe the Thursday stream? So now we're breaking down some of our lightest yellow here. So let's get to our mellow yellow. Mellow yellow here. We're still breaking it down, partially because it's alkyds. I think we're just about ready to rock, ready to roll. Let's get that around our wheels here. Like this. Let's see. So, yeah, that's not what you call well, that's in some ways that's almost more like a Southside, well, Chicago bungalow construction right there. Again, but when you see masonry on these houses, you're not seeing some kind of masonry facade like you see on these new houses that they build, where it's like it's like brick wallpaper or something they put on there. No, these are actual bricks. That's what the houses are made out of. Genuine, actual bricks. I mean, yeah, there's some wood in there, well, like your roof trusses and stuff, and your interior walls, but other than that, it's bricks. Here, let's get that going this way a little. There. Lighten up that just a touch up there. And of course, again, happy race day to everybody because, well, it is most definitely Sunday. We're almost 2 hours into Sunday. We're now basically 10 hours from race time-ish. Nice to see you there, Primus. Happy Sunday. Happy race day. To finish up now on our Alkids for victory here. Look at see that that's got that little transition going on there. And we're gonna come back and hit our these guys again, once this all has a chance to set. Get more on our hubs there. Let's get these numerals here, like we do. All right. Same deal as you can see, those really start to jump out now, and this is not actually the lightest light. We're gonna go with teensy bit lighter with this. Once this is at a chance to set, like always. Bottom parts of our numbers there. So I guess that does, well, no, not for the, at least I don't have to do it for this Monday. This Monday, again, we'll be, this coming Monday, well, basically tomorrow, we'll be painting at least this one, if not two more of our series warships. It's kind of funny, actually. Surface tension. I think we even need to have like their encounter suit surface tension, or just like sunscreen. That's their encounter suit. Yeah, you're gonna be like what's it? Oh, Ambassador Kosh. Yes, you need like the surface tension is gonna go wander outside in Welshlandia in Ambassador Kosh's encounter suit. Now look at that. See how that's going to start jumping out at you. You know what? While I'm doing that, I'm also going to hit you. See a nice little sweep to that there. Back to our letters here. Is nice. There we go. And we are now 2 hours in now. 2 hours on our Linseed Racer. I suppose the good thing is that once we have all of our special overlays like this, then we'll be good to roll on our overlays for next year. Now this time we're gonna have to just hit again, because inevitably that is gonna get onto the this surface right there. So yes, Ambassador Kosh, the Vorlons and the ancient Welshlandians, of course, they had a long history together. Come on, there we are. And I'm gonna go upside down here. It's gonna be just easier to hit this. No, maybe not. I think we'll hit it this way. There we go. I know that's gonna make it kind of difficult for you to see because you got a big old tire in the way. But it's also in my way, and if I can't reach it with the brush, we don't have a whole lot of stuff happening. So there you go. Just had to give me a sec to do that. Actually, let me also kill off that little bit of stuff we did there. All right. Also would like to go lighter on that. Here, let's go on this side. Whoops. There we go. Nice. Sweep that over. That going to be orange. I'm going to change that here. Nope. Oh, thinner. Ah, there we go. Ah, now that is more like it. So with that's pretty good because it's basically what we've been doing to our letters as well. So now they you can see that motif kind of finding its way around the vehicle. Did we? Oh, it's like, wait a minute, we haven't done these yet. I was like, I don't think I remember doing those. All right, here, let me shift everything over. I think you can see it now. Lots and lots of freehand. No nasty, tricksy decals here. Tricksy and false. You can't boil them, mash them, or put them in a stew. Down we go here, and I think we're pretty good on that set there. Just like we did on that side, doing the same thing with that there. To our oxide university we go. Get that D, get the E. And on to the rest here. There's our T, and there is our Y. Now, this here on the rear wing, gotta get the tire there. And then we'll try to get some other lights just on the vehicle too, because we got to do stuff on the struts. Might even do a couple of the glazy things, as in darker glazy things on the struts. And then just for some parts of the chassis there, to make that couple little lights, especially on things like the wings and such. Maybe the cockpit area too. Some lights there, nothing crazy highlight wise. Trying to let the numbers do their things. And be the focal point. I gotta get the later stuff on the wing back there too. What was handy about this overlay is that I didn't really need to like have windows for references, because I mean this is kind of for a one-purpose thing. Same thing for Midway. There's no reference windows on that because the references are the overlay. I don't think that will be the case for what I'm doing with the Siri Republic stuff on Monday, but who knows? That would talk about having to make a custom overlay for every stream, although that might take less time. I don't know. Because getting the references in there with the overlays and stuff, that can sometimes take a little while. You know what? I did not do. That was a little heavier than I wanted that to be. Didn't need quite that much. Same here. Also here. I spy with my little eye that. Alright, more there. See you later there, Doji. Have yourself a good one. To the later stuff we go and all of this here. I guess we need to raise these letters a little bit. There we are. And then we will be coming back with some of our darkest stuff to clean things up. There's actually our little dot that we put in there, a little reference dot for spacing out our letters and such. Is nice. There we go. Got our capital there. There's a little piece of fuzz on here that's hilarious. What have we here? We'll do this now. Yeah, let's do this. Also that. Down we go here. All right. Fill that in. Again, the last couple of areas of our lighter stuff here. Then we got the hub. Yeah, we got the other hubcap to do here. Let's hit this one. Lighter stuff up here. Then on that right there on the side that kept there. Now a little bit down here. No, let's just take that. Oh, not with that one. We can do that with this. Other one, not so much. Where are we at here with this? There's also this too. I was thinking about that on our wheels. Maybe, maybe not. I'm not sure. Not quite sure how that'll roll yet, but I'm going to do this here. Got the lighter stuff on the top of our letters. Did all the darker stuff on the underside there. Top you go. Our E. Got some L's. And there was just enough space. We had to, I think we erased this at least once, maybe twice. Easy enough to do with the oils, wasn't it? Now this will do a little bit of a change back here to not just only the orange there. Numbers here. Then we got to get our darker stuff, and that's where we start to maybe trim away even some of our kind of mid-range orange there around the exterior of this. Up and over and down. More here. No, that should be wider. That vertical should be wider. Not quite a serif type font, but serif-ish. And that your horizontal parts of the numbers not quite as thick as your vertical uprights there. Not tremendously obvious, but still there. From again, that's kind of like the leading and kerning. That's just a little bit of a visual trick there, because otherwise we get that the letter like looks weird, like it's out of place, or it's larger or smaller than the letters around. It's the same size. It's just this weird visual thing that happens. Okay, so I think what I might just do here is gonna go refresh that medicine since, well, geez, we're 2.5 hours in, not just 2 hours in. We shall refresh medicine. And we gotta get into these kind of things. So all of the wheels, the struts there, so some of the non freehandy type stuff, because we want to let that stuff have a chance to set. Right? We've been working on it, well, for a couple hours now, kind of just hammering away at it. That stuff needs a chance to rest. So we're gonna work on some of these areas, maybe the seat right there. See what we can do with that. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back soon enough. As I look at this here, there is going to be, and again, I have to let this set a little bit. We are going to go a little bit lighter with some of our stuff, but there's a little bit of orange that goes in there. So there's even the numbers themselves. That's not just straight up the same old yellow there. So we are going to do some of that now. Let's hit the stuff on the struts there. Then we're going to come back with again, a little bit of the lighter orange in our outlines. So that's again something we just got to let that have a chance to chill out. Gotta let it chill out for a bit. what we are going to do here, we're going to take some of this here. That's just our some of our white, and I don't have any blue out here whatsoever. The only thing I have is, well, I've got some of my Payne's gray over here. That's essentially a bluish gray. We'll mix that with this here, see what we get. What are we gonna have here? And of course we got our fabulous little bit of violet over here. I think we're gonna get rid of some of that extra stuff there. Don't need that. Fine, more of that. Ah, does not take much, but I'm just a little bit right there. And we're gonna hit that another time, a little more shiny. Again, just got these here two fingers on the little craft brush here. That's all that is, just a craft brush. Yeah, I am gonna go a little more with the gray. Hey, sticking my thumb in that. That was not really part of the plan over there. Not so much sticking my thumb into that. Yeah, we could do without that. We shall try this again. Again, I don't think we're going that thick. I'm guessing we're gonna just thin that down a little, just a bit. So that's what we're doing. We're kind of breaking that down over here, just smushing it up. Getting rid of all the stuff on the ferrule there. What's gonna happen here? Alright, let's take that and that will go. There, now we're talking. Because if this is just kind of a little dingy gray, then our tires. Alright, we want this to look more like metal and the tires to look more like that kind of very, not necessarily matte, but kind of a roughed up texture there. It would be nifty, like maybe use the weathering powders or something on the tires to even accentuate that kind of, I don't want to say track dust, but it would just make it even more flat and again have that little bit of texture there because the tires, they're not like polished smooth. They don't have any kind of tread on them whatsoever. Now, I believe there are F1 tires that actually have treads on them. And I think that would be what. Still managed to stick my finger into that over there. I think there's F1 tires that, since obviously they tend to run in the rain a little bit more, you don't see a whole lot of Indianapolis races in the rain. Nice to see you there, Rose Dragon. Welcome back. Appreciate you dropping in again there, Rose Dragon. Here's hoping things have been fabulous for you. I know it's maybe been a wee while, but great to see you again. Yes, reprising the Linseed Racer. Where's here it is. So you can kind of see again. We're sort of doing the same thing that happened with the struts right there. And of course, we'll get to the wheels in a bit. We didn't do a whole bunch on these wheels, that's for sure. All right, now we got some of the ombre here, some umber, some of that. Let's not make it too late. What do we got? I wanted something that has a little bit of the warmish, brownish gray. What do we got? I'm gonna cut back on that just a smidge. Yeah, there we are. Let me see, 2 hours, 22 minutes and, no, 2 hours, 29 minutes and 35 seconds ago, we had new paint on this bad boy here. This is what you call one of our fabulous paint-free objects. All the freehand, all that stuff. That's only come to life in the last 2.5 hours. Now there you go. See, we got a little bit more on that tire right there. And of course, that just activated the thing with the name where you don't want to say it because otherwise it will activate again. That was weird. Rose Dragon, if you would want to share some stuff in the chat, I know that is one of those things that it can keep sneaking up on you too, right? You kind of think like, all right, it's been a little bit, and then something reminds you, right? There's always some kind of a reminder, even much afterwards. You'll just run across something that maybe you kind of forgot about at the time or whatever. So that is not an easy thing. So sorry that you gotta kind of try and go through all that. But here's hoping the miniature stuff can be kind of fun. Well, at least a distraction, right? At least a bit of a distraction. And again, if there's something you're doing miniature-wise that you wanted to... And actually, also, too, everybody please give White Rose Dragon a follow. Actually, now, Rose Dragon, let's say you kind of are able to kind of work things through and all that, and you say, okay, I want to get back to streaming. Is there any particular thing that you would like to say, you know what, I think this is something I would not mind streaming here? Because that could be another thing there too, Rose Dragon. It could be just the right thing. There could be something, whether it's from just a purely artistic or whatever, or something maybe just kind of an emotional side, maybe speaks to you or whatever. So there might be something on that side of things too that makes the return, would you say, a little bit easier. Whether again it's something maybe you always wanted to paint, just never had a chance to or something. So here's hoping there is something that fits that bill. Something that, again, maybe you just kind of always wanted to. Something that would maybe require a wee bit of focus or something, right? Something that's you really have to invest in energy-wise. Ooh, what are we doing up here? Okay, I'm going to be careful getting that too light. Again, we want the tires to be relatively dark here. We keep chucking highlights on there. Kind of sort of blows up the effect there, I think. Is nice on the bottom there. We'll do the same over here. Same deal. And then up there. And now here, oh, come on. There we are. So not going to try and do the scribe letters there because, well, these tires are nowhere near as wide or thick or whatever as the other ones were. Yeah, Rose Dragon, I would say, yeah, just again, something that you're like, I've always kind of wanted to do this. And maybe that would just be a nice little treat, or again, something that can kind of lock in the mental energy there. Now here, that's actually not a misprint right there. That was me. I was using this tool to try and remove the supports, and I accidentally, literally, just kind of scooped a chunk out of the tire there. That was not supposed to happen. That was not part of the plan for sure. I just kind of felt something that felt like I was just digging into something. I'm like, oh yeah, that was probably the tire. That's the other thing that's kind of weird about the clear resins. So again, I think we're going to just maybe, now that it's going to be, I think, temperature-wise, going to work better for the solid resin. I think we can maybe try that again. That's going to be was that the navy gray or something like that? The water washable ABS-like. Also got to try and get the, I still haven't had the chance, speaking of printers, the laser printer. Yeah, haven't had a chance to set that up yet. That was a little bit of chicken and the egg because the window air conditioner had to go in first. Laser printer goes in first. There's no way I can get that 12,000 BTU air conditioner around it. That just went in, what, 2 days ago, maybe? Which, of course, again, that also meant, like, okay, put in air conditioner, have near frost temperatures. That's one of the, well, nowhere near as much. Man, remember Camden, which was, oh, it was this one. I had to sculpt almost half of this tire. Like, there was half of this tire was gone when I tried printing that out. Of course, again, that was before I learned what I've learned since about doing supports. I would say that we would have a much higher degree of success with that. It might have still been a little, maybe a little wonky or something, but wouldn't have had to resculpt half the stinking tire. That's for sure. That was not super fun. That was a whole ton of epoxy sculpt there, Camja. Yeah, that was a big old batch of it. Oh, what was the other experiment we got to do, Camja? On that Morgan Le Fay on that FDM printed thing, we got to try the little trick we did on our Starship here, right, where we take that kind of flash curing resin. Again, this was see how that's almost like a glass-like finish. That was 10 times rougher than this surface. Again, that was printed in FDM, and it just was doing something weird, some kind of weird artifact when it was printing. And I'm like, I am not reprinting this base. I don't care. And I just like, it's all going to be gravity. And that worked out better than I thought it would have worked out. So I'm going to try that again on some, like this Danyu here. We're going to try it because you can kind of see the little bit of layer line. Oh, this was that nasty, what's that stuff? The ABS-like filament there, Camda. That stuff's brutal. Yeah, White Rose. See, White Rose. I think that could kind of help just get things back to where you would want them to be, headspace-wise for streaming and all. And also, too, White Rose. The first stream doesn't have to be a long one either. I mean, even if it's just a 20-minute stream or something like that, it starts somewhere. Then the next one could be an hour, maybe. Then the next one maybe an hour and a half. Just can maybe just kind of keep tacking on half-hour increments with each stream, something like that. Keeping it simple. So maybe able to feed off the energy of some folks in the chat, and then that you start liking that sort of energy there. Kind of get you wanting to do more of it. Sometimes you just gotta trick yourself a little bit. Gotta say, you know what? That's something I actually do want to do. That's something that I think will be easy to do, instead of maybe like, oh geez, that's gonna be hard. That's where all these darn things were hiding. They were hiding all the way here, like smushed underneath the pallet. All right, fine. Be that way. Not a ton more with the lighter value on this part of the tires. We gotta get back to these. Might even throw some of the. I will put some of the fast mat weight out there. But geez, we are getting close to hour 3. We aren't that far away. That's generally when we say, okay, fine, it's hour 3. Now we can break out something like the fast mat weight. Try to avoid using weight for pretty much as long as possible. Nice to see you there, Lid Logic. Well, Lid Logic, I'll try to help with that. Geez. Possibly Wednesday I would be filming the next Blender tutorial. And that's going to involve the Starship pieces. And then also too, not just the starship pieces, but some of the other, like the series ships, where they're more complete, but it's like there's some parts of them that either have to print separately, or there's parts of them that need to be beefed up a little bit, or something along those lines. Then there's the one. Where's my Morrigan sculpt? She's around here somewheres. But that. Oh, okay. Put that one away. Where I want to add the Raven's Oculus, with the 3 lenses on it. That's getting pretty late there. Gotta be careful. But yeah, we can take our blending brush to that, tone that down a smidge. But we need a little something there. Of course, Lead Logic, if you want to share some stuff in chat there, maybe stuff you've been working on, whatevs, please go ahead and do that. I'm going to hit you a little more. Again, that's just like a little dry brushy type thing. Now, fast, matte, and white, because now we got to start thinking about the lighter stuff in our all of our freehands. So out comes this. There are not too many colors on the palette, so there's lots of room for this, that's for sure. Okay. First, we'll just do our fabulous struts here. Let me take some of this. Let me bring you over here. Start breaking this down. Also, throw some thinner on there too. So in some of our numerals there, gonna make that lighter, and then let's get some of our, we'll get our Indian yellow into this just a little bit to give it a hint of yellow. But first, can you see what we're doing? I think so. I'm gonna charge up this a little here. All of those edges. A little bit more light there, and we'll do that on the struts back here. And say ease enough. Now take this way. I mean, look at, I don't know if you can see, look at how much lighter this is from the yellow that was our lightest light. I mean, this is significantly light. It still has yellow in it. There is still yellow in this. However, this is almost twice as light as what we used on here, right? When we first started with the numerals. So we got a bunch of stuff to do with our numerals again and all of our other freehandy stuff. We wanted this to all have a chance to set. That's why we're working on all these items here. The tires, the struts, all that good stuff. I am going to get the top part of these numbers a little bit lighter. I believe, oh yeah, you can see it. You can definitely see it there. Also, too, some of the original, darker color, that's kind of still showing through there. Now not so much. Not so much anymore. Also, this right at the very top. See that? That starts to glow a little bit more. It's almost like it's some kind of LED type thing there. So yeah, White Rose again. I hope that it all kind of works out, and again, you can get back into the streaming thing. It is once you kind of been away from it a bit, it may be a bit of a challenge to do those first couple of streams. But I'm sure all the folks that watched the streams before, a lot of them are going to want to come back and say hello and such. And then you can just kind of enjoy their company. Yes, like we enjoy the company of folks here. We appreciate all the folks joining us on this here Sunday morning on race day, which is now, now we're only about 9 hours away from race time. Getting closer and closer. You know what? I'm going to hit that too a little bit with our light. Yeah, and then this too. More there. Okay, and again, all of our lettering, we got to do a similar thing to it. I'm kind of focusing on our numbers and lines first. This one especially going to benefit from that. Oh, look at that. Look at how much lighter that's going to be. I mean, it sort of looked light before. Now it almost got, now it's almost like it's glowing, like it is object source lighting. Bam. Is nice. Gotta get this, here, let's, while we're doing it, let's get this too. And that will cause again this to almost have what looks like a glow. There. Doing this here. Oxide University. That's new. That is new from last year. Another eye right there. Let's get this going here. Also, we need to make that lighter. We need to make that lighter, and the also the up top of her numeral is what. Wait, there's way too much paint on there. It's like, what in the world is that giant blob doing on the end of that brush? And again, our next stream, Armada Monday, we're going to be getting to the next of our, well, then potentially next couple. At least this one, possibly also the troop transport here. So I might do both of those. And of course, I'm also going to be doing the first multi-part small scale. Right, this is what I was actually supposed to paint on stream last Monday. We'll paint that up in a kind of two-parter. Obviously, part one, the base is going to be a big part of it, and that goes on one of our 90 mil bases. I'm not sure all. I don't think all three of those goes on a 9. I think the troop transport, I'm going to put that on a 60. Because again, just for printing purposes, it's easier if the ships are larger, rather than just trying to use like printed size alone to designate what class or scale they are. So I'm trying to use the base as a designation, because things like the little fighter craft, unless I want it to be like a little blob with some wings on it or something, and have any more detail than that, well, then it's going to have to be printed a whole lot larger. There's sort of a threshold of it's like, if it's going to be smaller than this, don't bother. Because even civs where maybe your ships are a bit more boxy or something like that, they're still going to have lots of weird little thin things they're just going to bust. To this we go. I might do a little bit of our Indian yellow, little glaze of that. Oh no, it's about the same as what it is on the other side. And we got to get that lighter stuff there too. So we're kind of now going to try to hit our Linseed Fellowship stuff here. Then we'll get some of the. We do have the Indian yellow, and of course that's the Williamsburg version. We just kind of called it the high octane Indian yellow. As again, those alkyds, that they will cut down on that sort of color intensity a lot. Getting yeah, got a bit of light up there, over there, and there. How's about hubcaps? Nope, gotta attack it this way. Well, that was a good thing. Yep, that would have been the wrong way to attack that. So, there we are. And there we go, got that now. Over the top there, a little more of the light right on that. Yeah, I'm going to try and get me a little bit of the edge of that tire there. Okay, yeah, that works. That works. We need to do this lettering, tires. We got to do that. I think we did the stuff on the top of the wing. We did that. So hopefully this new overlay makes it a little bit easier for people to see what it is we're doing. I think it does. And of course, for folks that missed our Celtic Goddess, this is going to be that's our overlay for that. Whoops, there we go. It's like I almost went down to the Saber 301. We got 2 backdrops for that. All right, let's get this on the wing here. And then I'll show you the other one, and you'll see what I mean about where we want to make the orange that's around our numerals a bit lighter. We can do that now because we've lightened the numbers themselves. If we didn't lighten those, going lighter on the outlines of them would have been a little funky. Trying to also create kind of the impression of some serifs on the Linseed Fellowship here. Where's that? Here. So again, the same thing like we had there on our fabulous sticker. Come on. All right, there we are. It's nice. More here. Lighten up our last few letters of fellowship. Good to go there. Now this is tired too. We did that one. Let's get their stuff on this here. So again, a bit later on that, and then down here too. A bit later down here. Now on this right here, we haven't had a chance to hit this port in a while. Same thing on this side now. That comes down. Okay, now that again has the same kind of extra little bit of light to it, and we've got that going, got that going. It is now time here. Let me show you our last year's version. So you can see there's some parts of that that again are a bit lighter with our surrounding outline stuff. So let's take I mean, we got this fabulous orange just sitting there. Might here a little bit of that yellow. Where's me thinner? Here, let's put this in here. Little drop of thinner. We'll kind of mesh that in with our orange here. This could be maybe a little bit more on the thinner side, so this could be maybe a 60-40 thinner to paint ratio here. Again, you can see we're just kind of trying to break this all down because that's a little less convenient for doing our freehand stuff. Having a big old globby thing on that brush. I think we're good to roll. Now let's do our... there we are. It's not a big hit because we did the lighter stuff on the yellow there. Making our orange outline lighter is not gonna... We won't lose the dark effect that it adds to kind of, give us that central closed area of the top part of the 9. Take it this way. There. And now on this side here again with the lighter orangey stuff. As we are just about to hit our number tray. 3 hours ago, all this had was a little bit of, as we call it, primer painting. It's not a zenithal or anything like that. Since basically I was just trying to get some color in these recesses there. So I had a couple of cans of my acrylic spray paint. Again, this is foam safe stuff too. And I just had a few sprays that started with actually a dark gray, then went to a kind of basically a burnt umber type of a color. And then it was almost like a cadmium red color. And just kind of dusted those two on. And that gave this, again, just a little teensy bit of color. So here again, I'm going to get a little bit of the orange in there. We kind of have red, then yellow. We're going to do the same deal over here. Work in some orange. We will get that same light in the orange up there. We'll do this here. Now that really needs our lighter orange in there. I think, oh yeah, I think we got it. And these numbers, with each of these little adjustments that we make to them, we really start to solidify how they look, especially against the darker backdrop there. We did those. Yeah, let's get the hubcaps. Haven't forgotten those yet. That one down there. This up in here. Nice to see you there, Lo. Happy Sunday. I hope that all is well. Okay, I spy with my little eye that needed a little bit more cleanup there. Now let's. Did we do the other way? Yeah, we did do the other side of that wing there. There. To the underside here. Oh, somehow we never got any of the orange on this thing. We did do it on the other one. I don't know how this one didn't get it. What's going on there? All right. I mean, that wasn't exactly, again, as we like to say, rocket surgery to get that on there. Now, we were talking about going back to our kind of this darker brown, which could be, okay, we got our umber here. Or I'm going to do this instead. I'm going to do the Van Dyke brown, actual Van Dyke brown. This is, I think it's just a Gamlin stuff. Also, we'll combo that with a touch of the Indian red slash Mars red slash whatever this is. Is this Indian red, the Alkyd version of it? Let me just take a little look-see at this here. No, that's not it. Yep, look at that, Indian red. So again, that's the Alkyd version of it. I think we have the Mars red right here. So that would, well, there's also Mars violet too. There's your Mars violet. This Venetian red right, that is, again, that's closer to a like a Terra Rosa. Alright, the darker stuff here, because there's some borders. And to, like here, we still got some of our line. That's like the initial line that I used to designate where our letters were going to stop. And this is where we can here do a little bit of finessing of the bottom of our letters, the darker part. Right at the bottom of our letters there. See that one E was a little bit thicker there. Also does really have a serif. We're going to try and create one there. So right there we had, that was a little bit of our little guideline. What was one of my favorite things to do with the drywall, to take the the blue cord, and it's basically it's this blue chalk, and you got this little dispenser. You just kind of, it rolls out this string, and as the string is in there, it collects a bunch of that blue chalk, and then you just kind of like stretch it across whatever, then you snap it after it's been pulled tight, and it leaves hopefully it leaves a nice straight blue line there. That's kind of what I did with my, just a little bit of that yellow paint. See, I'm going to get rid of some of that right here. There's some of it right there. Also going to drop that down. We'll have to come back with our later yellow there, but yeah, see the top of that E, it was a little too tall. Gonna drop that down. Now we got ourselves another brushy here. We'll just take this, and now we shall do this again. Like that. And then again, that was our fabulous kerning there, right, where we moved the O over here. You can see it here. Right, that O is hanging over the L there, and the W is hanging over the O right there. That was just a clean dividing line there, like you have in some of your other letters. That O is going to look way too small. And by way too small, I mean it will be painfully obvious. Recoil. Well, one thing for sure is I didn't get to make the dump cake last night, and since it is still cool enough there, recoil, that is a definite. Now, the downside is I don't get to eat that tonight. So while that's a cook in there, Recoil, I got to make something some vittles that I can actually eat tonight. Because while I guess you could say I think it was Surface Engine. I forget who it was that was saying that this is probably the best I've had a chance to eat before a stream, like right before. That was, let's see, that was 8 hours ago. Yeah. No wonder I'm a bit famished there, Recoil. Holy smokes. Yeah, Recoil, my brain was telling me, it's like, yeah, I just ate like 4 hours ago. Nope. No, that was 7. Again, not good at math, but you got your 7, you got your 5, and you tack on almost 3 more. That sounds like 8 to me. Man, no wonder. I was like, why can I actually I can hear my stomach growling. I'm waiting for people to be able to hear it through the microphone headset there. I was thinking like, wait a minute. Shouldn't be so hungry, but yes, it should. Yeah. Because it's a supper time coming up, right, Recoil? So Recoil, I remember those the sausages that were on sale at the store, and I stuck all those in the air fryer with the French fries. And again, that's just because here it's like, yeah, see, look at that, no dates, no times, only words. That's all we do is just words. We also don't guarantee how accomplished said words might be. They might not be so fantabulous. They might be absolute genius. They might be somewhere in between. They could be profound, or maybe not. Maybe somewhat less than profound. Actually, what I got to do here is get some like Mars Black mixed with our, yeah, I think a little bit of our blue there, a little bit of our Payne's Gray. Now here again, I can see there's some guidelines down there. So some of those initial little guidelines also here too. We're going to try and get some serifs on our letters here. Going to divide those up. So Recoil, it's been so crazy. I haven't even had a chance to look at the standings. Now, last I knew, they were 5 and 4, but probably with the percentage that was underwater. I was just telling folks, Recoil, they could actually have a record that would get them in the top 10, but because of that percentage, they might not even like sniff 12, just because of the percentage. Still not sure how that playoff system works either, Recoil. I have to look at that. And again, it's not because it's like I don't want to. It's just there has not been time because well, there's been a few things we've been working on, right, Recoil? And like I said, I will send you just a whole bunch of stuff on the instas there. I would rather send it like, oh, here's a chunk of all this one species. Here's spoken word stuff. Here's images. Here's all the maps, whatever. But I think we'll just have to do it the other way, the hard way. All right, Payne's Gray. That's a kind of a bluish gray. The Mars Black, which is like the was it Ivory Black? What's some of the Lamp Black? Those two. They say black. It's kind of like when we compared the Max Darth to the Stuart Semple stuff. One is really like a flat, deep, rich black. The other one is like a wimpy, very dark gray by comparison. I do believe we're good to roll for this net. Oh, nope, too much paint on there. I thought I was. Now I am. Now we're ready to go here. touch more back here. So yeah, recoil saved an awful lot of time, I think, with this one being not just, it's not like tremendously smaller than the other one, but it also, it's for all intents and purposes, it's almost hollow, whereas the other one was just one giant solid mass. Go back to my later gray once again. All right, let's stop there. Now back to the darker gray here. Breaking that down a little more because it was a little bit thick there. All right, over here now. Again, this is not a misprint down here. That was me just taking the carving tool, and again, I was just trying to remove some supports, and the carving tool just kind of got almost like stuck in there, and it just tore out a little chunk. Was it Mars Orange? That's the other one, right? And then of course, I think that's Mars Yellow Light, right, Artemichael? The Mars colors are like Pokemons. You gotta collect them all or whatever. Oh, actually, Rico, you haven't done any more indoor camping trips, have you? I've had to do 2 of those in the last week. Because, well, the schedule has been awful weird. Well, like last night into today, there was a bit of a camping trip to just make sure that I did not oversleep thing. Now, this one wouldn't have been such a problem because everything just was later. The one the other day, that was just in the nick of time because they were way earlier. Now, there's a little for schmizzle right here. We're going to get rid of that schmizzle. Get rid of that schmizzle there. Little bit thick there. We take some of that away. Now, well, gee, but now we're about 3 hours, 12 minutes in here. See, this side we're pretty good over here. Yeah, even like these scratch marks right there, that was just some kind of weird thing where the carving tool just kind of scraped right into it. That was bizarre. Wasn't expecting that. I'll thin that down a smidge. Yeah, we're going to try to... We don't need a ton of dark down there. Alright, we're good to go on that rim there. I would, if possible, like to get the teensiest amount of dark in there also. Oh, we'll see, we'll just here and re-emphasize that a little. Also here. So yeah, Rico, I'll also send you the again the Battle of Midway overlay, which I'll be doing on June 1st. You're gonna see yet another new overlay. It's really wild there. Recoil. There's same overlay for 6 years, and now like literally 6 overlays in 8 days. That's hilarious. Once again, here we're just gonna darken this down. I think we're pretty. No, there's been a couple of times where the paint on the brush here kind of hit the edge there. let me hit this again too here. Let me take this darker brown. There's another part of our little guideline that I could see. To the Indian yellow we go here. Yeah, recoil. Even just the like clearing out the stuff to make the windows here. GPT was able to tell me a real easy, fast way of doing that. Before it was kind of a painful way of doing it. Yeah, this is a much faster, easier way of doing it now here. I'm just kind of gearing this up. This is going to be more like a glazy type of thing here. Not really a glaze. Because all I'm going to do is just brush that yellow on top there. That's all I am doing. Yeah, again, just having a new way to do that camda is absolutely huge. Ah, so see what we got kind of going on here is that we got the really dark and then it's super light. Now we're going to have a little bit of transition in between those. Ah, that is it. Because it's not just because we're brushing it on. It's doing a few things. Yes, there's a bit of the, it's a translucent color going over the top of this, so you're seeing some through. But because it's a wet oil paint, it's doing a third thing. Well, at least a second. It's actually physically blending those paints together. So it's kind of doing a bit of a twofer, maybe even a threefer, all for just one brush stroke on there. That's it. That's all it takes. And of course, you have to recall. I think I don't think you had a chance to see the stream yesterday where Twitch was being twitchy. And, well, it kind of took down the stream at one point. Well, 2 points, actually. More of the, again, that's the Indian yellow. That's super translucent, which means, right, all we can basically do is darken stuff down. That's not going to get, we can't lighten that, not with this yellow. You usually say, well, you always say that yellow is this opaque color, right? Well, not Indian yellow. It is hyper translucent. I mean, there's only a few. Well, your fluorescents, those I always think of those as being hyper translucent. Maybe quinacridone magenta is in the super translucent. I guess you could say phthalo green, phthalo blue, also in that like really ultra translucent side of things. Little, yeah. See, there's another little crossbar here of this E that needs to be restored. Yeah. This little bit of yellow right in here. Again, that's going from essentially kind of like a mid-range orange all the way to almost white with not a whole bunch in between transition-wise. Taking it there. Also here. Right, and no, our same thing. Oh, we didn't get these numbers up here. Did it on the other side. Now we'll get this side. So you can see there's a little something in there now. Something. Do I also think about going like one step lighter with our yellow? I might do that. Might be able to do that. Here, let me get this first though. Also too, that's almost a little bit of brush strokey maintenance going on there too. Ooh, let me try. Touch of our yellow there again. That's the Indian yellow. That's not. I mean, you could do that with the Alkyd version, but oh boy, is it way easier to do it with this. Way easier. Let's get that back over here. To this. I think we did that on that. So we haven't done it on this side. Again, to kind of blend some of the transition parts of our letters here. To the corner we go. I think we already did that, yeah. Now up here on our fabulous hubcaps here. I don't think we haven't done this yet. We haven't done that yet either. We haven't done any of this stuff here. Let me get that. Again, another little kind of semi-glaze over the top of that. We haven't done any. I mean, it's all just Indian yellow. There's nothing else in here. That is purely just straight up Indian yellow. To the Indian yellow we go in there. Okay, add a little bit here. And our Oxford University, next place to get. And then this thing up here too, our Linseed Fellowship up there, we gotta hit that. You can see how we rotate around, right? We're doing some areas that just aren't freehand at all. Then we go back to the freehand or certain parts of the freehand. Oh, look at this, Camden. We're starting to get closer and closer to see the fabulous Cinco Trace. We're only less than 11 minutes away now. This is as much physically blending the paint as it is just kind of putting that little bit of, again, super translucent color over the top of it. Like right there, that was, I don't want to say as much wet blend as it was putting the other stuff over the top, but kind of close. Pretty close to just like, okay, the difference there and like here is, that's all just, there's wet blending happening here. As we like to call it, loaded blending brush, right, Camda? So that, right, see, that kind of gains a little bit of intensity. Of course, it, in some ways, maybe it's kind of reactivating the orange a little. Now over here, let me get rid of this and take this. Now, it really should be green and that orange, but we're going to do this for, yeah, we'll just do it this way. Again, because that's your, essentially your caution right there. Now, where's me red? Let me get some of the red around that here. And that will do it there. I think that's the one we were using our Indian yellow on. And I'm going to try to do a little more cleanup on there. Did I get my orange? Oh, not down here. It's like, I knew there was some part of this. Ah, there we are. There we are. Let's do this side. Let's do this side over here. I believe we also did this little part right here. Yeah, we did. Do I still? Oh yes, I still have some genuine fast mat. Wait here, I'm gonna take this all the way over here. We'll get just like the tiniest bit of our Indian yellow in there. I mean, there's just like a trace amount of it, and even that much, gee whiz, I gotta start moving that away from the Indian yellow because that's been that's the Williamsburg Indian yellow. The tiniest little bit of that has just a massive, massive effect. I can see it. Wasn't even sure. Okay, is that really gonna show up that much? It really it does. Genuinely does. Okay, so now that really has a little bit of shape and dimension to it. You know, I'm gonna get me a little more of that white. It's also an alkyd, by the way. Again, with the exception of our pure orange and the pearly crimson, everything out here is an alkyd. Folks wonder, oh, what in the world's an alkyd? It's just it's an oil paint. It's infused with this bit of a resin in there, and that makes it dry sometimes significantly faster. And it'll be different because if it's a super slow dry and oil color naturally, even with the alkyd stuff in there, it's still going to be longer to dry than the other alkyds will be. There's no, I guess, should we say cure-all? And I don't really get into artificially trying to quicken or hasten the drying time because that's hasty Hobbit stuff, right, Camda? That is hasty Hobbit stuff. I mean, part of it is the oil paints. They don't really work by evaporation, not like water does. It's really more of like a curing type of thing. So more along the lines of say green stuff, epoxy sculpt, things that are gonna cure, as opposed to just like, well, as soon as the water's gone, boom, it's all ready to go. I think we've got things as light as we can there. Now the woos, all right. Get that all that yellow out of there. Thinner to break this down. I'm just gonna. Again, I always have a dropper bottle here with just I get a tiny bit of thinner. I mean, you can see that's how much in there. We rarely use more than that as far as thinner goes in any one session or two or three. Sometimes that's all there is, just that. To the much lighter stuff we go. Break this down here. Break it down again. Balance. So like using a thumb as a like an artificial maul stick there. Well, not artificial, but just a substitute for an actual one. So you see this finger on there. My two elbows, they are sitting on one of those fabulous like wrist rests for folks that kind of worry about the carpal tunnel stuff and they're typing all the time. I like to prevent carpal tunnel syndrome by angrily tossing the keyboard around the room. That is one way to cure any sort of carpal tunnel syndrome. Get the keyboard before it gets you. Now, let me do a little bit more of this later stuff on the top part of the tires out here. Of course, the autocorrect monster would not probably like that too much. Come on, a little bit more there. Okay. This does have a little touch of that yellow in there. Ooh, let's see something like that. Where you say, that is too much there. That is where these come in handy. So again, that's just one of those one happy choice little craft type brushes. You can see that's kind of a weird funky edge there. Let us do this. Just gotta tap away at it. Just gotta yank that stuff that away. Now I really hope that it's helpful, Mutu. Just because sometimes a little something can save a whole lot of hassle, right? I mean, there's something, it's like a little thing where it's like, well, actually, if you avoid doing this, you avoid these three other not so fun things, right? So hopefully, again, that's kind of helpful for just avoiding little hassles down the way. Well, sometimes not so little hassles, right, Camden? Mm, fix that. Okay, there we are. One second there. There you go, Mutu. Now we'll move to the first, what would you say, the first other miniature painter we ever met. That was way back, was that 2002 or something like that, maybe? It was at the very end of a convention. It was like a Sunday, I don't even know if it was a Sunday morning panel. It might have been like a late Sunday morning panel or something like that. And there weren't a whole bunch of us in the room with him, but all of the stuff that happened with basing, you could say that everything since, years and years later, are all kind of traced back to that one. I was like an hour and a half there, Mutu. It was basically about an hour and a half, and that was transformative because we didn't know you could do that stuff. And of course, that was a time where the internet was you've got mail, so there wasn't going to be a whole lot of just Google that, go on YouTube. Yeah, not so much of that in 2002. I keep thinking, Mutu, how primitive the technology was. Let's put it this way. One of the monitors I had on one of the computers was a black and white monitor. There was no color on that because all it was there for was just doing like record keeping tech stuff or something like that. Yeah, there was no nothing fancier than, of course, the other thing we were all having a little chuckle over tonight was, talking about the old, like things like these book publications they did back in the 90s and what we had to do to try and make that happen using those nasty wand scanners that I was talking about, Mutu. One second there, Mutu. There you go. Yeah, Primus used to have, one of those. The larger screen monitor meant that it weighed about 70 pounds. Yeah, you didn't have the kind of screens you got today, that's for sure. Not at all. So Sector X, appreciate you being here. Sorry I didn't get a chance to shoot you that stuff, Sector X. There was just no way to, with everything, again, being gone today and stuff, getting everything ready, I will try to get you those, get you all that stuff in the emails and the instas, because it's really fascinating. Speaking of, again, technology that's different now, right? Surface tension. me do this right there. Okay. Do I want to? Okay, let's try it here. Let's get this out of here. I will maybe utilize this guy. Yeah, let's utilize this guy here. And again, of course, ye old merit badge. When the kids are like, "What is that?" I'm like, "That's computer science." And it had a punch card and magnetic tape images on there. Because yes, that was computers. I suppose the one advantage to punch cards, though, is it's really hard to hack those. They're also not vulnerable to magnets. They are vulnerable to water. Let me do this here. And you can see we're kind of doing that swirling motion there. So yeah, Primus, those monitors, they take up a little bit of space, don't they? Being, well, somewhat heavy. I want to take this and right up here. I was hoping, okay, there we go. I'm going to do that on both of these sides here. Oh yeah, yeah, wow, yeah, all right. Well, I'm not going to be sticking my hand there anymore, so that's where we're kind of safe to do some of that there. I would like to get, oh yeah, there we are able to get a little bit lighter edge on that. Same thing here. Same thing. Now let me see now. Okay, so it's 3:21. The race time is basically 8 hours from now. Probably like 8 hours 15 minutes or so. They'll be racing. They'll be racing at the old brickyard. Also here. Now, in some parts of it, maybe we go a little bit lighter. Of course, we could also, we could get out some of our darker stuff. But I think we'll just keep going with the somewhat lighter tinge on there. And this is, okay, once again, all just basically just a dry brush here. That's all it is. Less is more. More is way too much. Way too much. Let me do this right here. Oh, yeah, let me catch the front of this. That leading edge, I could, let's do it again. Believe it or not, the color that I'm using now would be, I mean, in some places, almost be like an interesting, super ruddy skin tone or something. As in, like, very ruddy skin tone, but, hey. I mean, this is pretty much the highest point on the vehicle. I think we're going to get that a little touch later here along this edge here. Which means we got to do it there too. So definitely none, Mutu. It was well and truly covered entirely. So here you, oh, there you go. Yeah, you can see that is 100% entirely covered by the that again. That's the spray paint stuff there, Mutu. So yeah, it is 100% covered up. And yeah, you can see the gray right there. So again, that was the gray spray paint there. Now, of course, we've done some brushing over it too with our Mars Black, the Van Dyke Brown from Gamma again, not the Williamsburg Van Dyke Brown. Where the heck is that anyway? It's oh, here it is. From our favorite again, the miracle material there. Look at that, Pigment Red 101. We are all Pigment Red 101 plus amorphous carbon from charred animal bones. It's the secret, wonderful ingredient of Williamsburg Van Dyke Brown. Charred animal bones. I would like to, if possible, see, we're kind of already good up there with the lighter stuff. I just would like to get a little bit of an edgy thing happening here. I feel like it is now, yeah. Mutu, it doesn't matter with anything. Again, the dice thing, I was just fooling around with that. This could be white resin, pink resin, gray resin, could be polka dot resin, which would be probably very expensive resin. It will not matter at all. It's always going to be 100% covered by either the primer or the oil paints. Now that's a little bit different from our paintings because again, oils are the original watercolors. So here there is still some of the board, especially up in this area here. You can see some of the board still, but that's a little different situation right there. The resin color Mutu was more about trying to be able to print certain objects more easily because the different resins have different curing as far as exposure settings. That's it. And the idea also too that something, well, I'll say something like this, that's, I mean, a solid mass like that right there, that might also be something, again, that if I print it out with the clear resins, it becomes a whole lot easier to try and, well, cure that thing because now it's going through. The only problem is you sort of pay for that because it's also doing that while it's printing. Whereas, say, your navy grays or your more solid opaque grays, well, that's probably not going to happen. Ooh, I would like to. Yep. Ooh, definitely needed that. There too. I might, yeah, a little bit more on the wing here. Not going to do any number stuff there. Not doing that. Let me see what happens here. First, I gotta get all this stuff. There's a whole bunch of our Terra Rosa Indian red piled up in here. Gotta get rid of some of that. Because the hollowing method, now Loot Studios tended to do a decent job with that, but the hollow stuff, that just has a tendency to deform while it's printing, especially anything that's complex. Well, actually anything that's simple too. So way too many times, hollow stuff basically compressed in some weird way, deformed. Which, well, it's like, what was the point in that? Because I've got to reprint it now, so it didn't really save me a whole bunch in resin. There's a lot of stuff where, again, I just don't want to have to deal with digging holes either, Mutu. That just takes a whole lot of extra time. And that's the other thing, too, is sometimes that resin, unless the hole is actually draining, now you take that off the build plate, you got yourself like a nice little tub of resin, or several tiny little tubs of resin. So yeah, just I used to hollow stuff all the time there, Mutu. And again, unless it's something like Loot Studios where it's already been hollowed, or Arch Villain, that's another one where they'll, and Arch Villain, there'll be some of theirs where it's even the same type of figure. One is hollow, the other one is not. And and they actually told me, because I used to know one of the guys that was working with them. He said, "Yeah, if it's not hollow already, you can hollow it if you want. We tried; it wasn't a good idea. The interior geometry of it just said, nope, you don't want to be doing that." So what's interesting, kind of like what Cam's saying there, and this is something I was able to confirm as I was starting to use GPT with all the settings. The weight is still there, right, Camda? So it's hollow, but as it's printing, that weight still counts. So it doesn't really count, obviously, once it's done. But if that stuff is not draining out of there completely, you still can pretty much got the same amount of weight as if it was solid. And all of a sudden, you stack all those things up, right? It just was like it was not worth the hassle. Now, the stuff that I'm printing, yes, it is solid, but it's okay. Well, here, even something like this. All right, yeah, it's solid. Where would you want to break this to where you wouldn't want to have to spend a whole bunch of time? And that's if it prints out perfect, right? If there's any deformation in there or something, then this becomes a real hassle trying to glue stuff together. Here's now this one. Yes, that is one solid piece. That took some resin to print, but there was also nothing to glue together. And again, also nothing to deform there either. Mutu, is that called the magic supports that you're talking about with Chidu there? Uh, when I set up the new computer, I'm gonna be using the new version of Chidu Box on that. So yeah, I wasn't sure, Mutu. Is that what they call the magic supports? The stuff you're talking about there? Because like the auto rotation, you're saying? Let me do this. I'm not putting it on this current machine because if I don't want it to be overtaking the old one, because that's what happened on my other machine. Is that having the new one on there ended up wiping out the old one. You know what? Let me. Nah, that's too light. I'm gonna backtrack to this. Yeah, that's just like our original primer painting there. I need a little something more than that. It's like I knew there was something back here. It's like, yeah, we didn't really do much back here. Well, Mutu, let's put it this way. Again, when I get the new machine going and that is on there, hopefully that's something I can do like a little tutorial on there, for the Patreon page there, Mutu. Because again, I have learned a ton just in the last 2-ish months. Again, all the stuff, all the Cyberthuria stuff, really pushing the limits of what I knew in terms of support stuff. The one thing that would happen to me, Mutu, with the hollowing stuff is that the supports that were coming out of the drain hole would be so small, taking up so much of the hole that it wasn't draining, and I couldn't get the resin out of there even when I took it off the build plate. Oh, actually, hey Valfira, I don't know if you wanted to do a film noir. It could be interesting to see what this is like in film noir. We haven't done a single one yet, Velfira. And now now it is definitely it's at least now only 8 hours to race time, Velfira. Ah, there. See that? I mean that took just a what 8ish minutes tops over here. That's about it. I might wander over here to some of this. Oh, jeez, that got well. That got a whole bunch later and a whole bunch pasty. Let's get some of that yellow in there. Holy smokies! Yeah, see, Mutu, that's the other thing too. That's why I wanted it to be, on that new machine, right? Okay, I think this is our best angle. Now, again, all of our fabulous, like, reddish browns, well, that's all going to disappear. Look at that. Wow, it looks flat. So it's not just like, okay, yeah, the wheels and the chassis look the same. That chassis almost looks like there's no shading on there. I mean, you can see a little bit, but let me do this. Look, even that much. That's like 10% there, Valfiera. We're already seeing what looks more like, well, shading. Look at this. I'm going to go back. It completely flattens out. It's a color thing. As much as there's a little bit of value there, but the color becomes so intensely orange. Remember I said warm colors come forward, cool colors recede? You can think of some of those as almost like cool colors there. So yeah, Mutu, that's the other thing that I figured I would do. I just wanted to make sure that I was ready to go before I start chucking out the shekels for it. I wanted to make sure that I was ready to use it from the jump. I don't foresee that happening like this month, maybe towards the end of June, or maybe a little sooner. Who knows? All right. I would like to get. That's been sitting there for a while. Let me see if I can get me some red around that. Let me get some red around that here. That's our fabulous Hurling Crimson. Ooh, there you go. Now, if I can, now let me try the dark around the edge here again. Wow, that has set a little bit because I can actually get at that, and now it's not quite as hard of an edge. More of a red there. Again, they're letting that mix into our fabulous pure orange. So that's a Series 13 mix right there. Yeah. Yeah, that's a little bit of a. Don't do that, Dave. Don't do that, Dave. Okay, let me also take this. And some of that. There's a crazy little clump on it. Fine, I'll just do that to get rid of that thing. Get rid of you. And then here on the trying to do a little bit of a color shift here on these struts. Whoops. Gotta do it this way. So we're not really doing anything with value there. That's a color thing that I'm trying to do here. In fact, I'm actually gonna make it a little bit later so the value matches up with what's there. So again, not trying to do a darker glazy thing. All I'm trying to do there is get that more towards a bluish gray. That's what is, especially after seeing our little film noir there. I thought, you know, let's get a little more a bluish something going on these things. Also, guess what? A little more there, because I can actually kind of see some of that. Tires. Now we'll leave those be. Again, I could also hit those with a bit of weathering powders, like the soot weathering powder, something like that. Could be interesting. Well, at least Camden, we didn't have any of the weird funky stuff like we had, especially at that one point in the stream there, right about 40-ish minutes in or something. That was bizarre. I was like, what is that happening there? All right. Just trying to do a little bit of, yeah, see there's a little, this too, there's just too much of a gap there. We're trying to mind the gap there. Where are we at with this orange here? So this is mostly the pure orange. Taking that, and I have this. There we are. All right, now I got that little bit less verschmizzled right there. This one's really going to need to accept it. Also needs a little bit of the yellow here. I will. There we go. I'm like, where's my Indian yellow? This is a little more opaque, though. We have some opacity with it. Not just Indian yellow. Yeah, see, this is a little bit ornery right there. We'll just get this over the top of it here. Sometimes we just have to do cuts like this. See a little bit of the stippling, tap, whatever. There we are. And then some. Oh, here. No, let me get. Wow, that's still pretty active. Hit this again. This one too. That's just a little bit too much of a really light dot there. Wow, and that's the other thing too. I'm sitting here with the cleaner stuff, man, and it's like Egyptian violet. Trying to get that Indian yellow out of there is just like holy smokies. That is super intense. Do I want more of my... Yeah, let me see. We either got to get some of our lighter orange under that, or we take our darker brown. I'm going to try the darker brown stuff first. Let me get this. Because I want to do again, a little bit of cleanup here in our number on the edge here. That's sort of our semi-outline right there. I want to do a little bit more on that. And then this over here, we might do, again, that's the one place where, again, I kind of, with the carving tool, sort of carved away some of the tire there. That's it. That is better. I think this is another area we might do this too. Looky here, we're just about 4 hours into our Linseed Racer here. It is just interesting. Again, this is kind of, well, at least again, at the last few years, that's what more like Indy cars were looking like. This one is, that's what's heavy. Again, that is super solid, and again, has the kind of the weird jet off of the back of it. That's why this thing, like, has literally rocket stuff come out. I guess that's rocket surgery for you. And of course, you got Mordor. See, it's the Linseed Racers trying to charge through the black gates of Mordor right there. So why didn't the hobbits take this to Mordor? Forget riding the eagles to Mordor. Take the Linseed Racer to Mordor. That's what they should have done. Forget the birds. All right, and touch more of this darker stuff right up here. Little cut in there. A little dark in there. Okay. Okay, kind of like what we did over here. Ooh, let me try this. Speaking of that Indian yellow, the straight up Indian yellow. Here is a place I would like to try that, minus the clumpy thing there. Now we're talking. And now back to this somewhat lighter, more opaque yellow here. Yep, that was a little too ragged for these big numbers there. A little too ragged. I like that. I like that a little bit better there. I think what I might be doing now, again, we want to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all those moderations, like always. Sorry to kind of keep you waiting. Again, this is a little bit later of a Saturday stream. Usually like to start a whole lot earlier on Saturdays. Now again, Armada Mondays, that's not very far away. And we'll be getting back into our starships again. We've got more of the Seri Republic ships here that we'll be doing. Where's our other painted one? So we will continue with this color scheme right here. I gotta get these things prepped and ready to go. Also, might even have to print out some more of these bases. So yeah, that's what's on the menu for the Monday stream there. It adds up real quick, especially with any kind of Williamsburg stuff, right, Mutu? So I think, again, we'll head on over Pascal's way. So, again, thank you so much to Camda, Recoil, Mutu, and everybody. And, of course, Sea Dragon, if you're still out there listening. Appreciate everybody being here. So thank you so much, Mutu. Thank you very much, Camda. Here, let's do. I'm gonna zoom out here so we can see both of the Linseed Racer. Let's zoom out, like you do. Get them both here. That is really wild, very fun. We had a chance to kind of do almost even a bit more of our, with the kind of orange into yellow type of deal there. Yeah, that worked out pretty well. So thank you so much, Mutu. Appreciate that. And again, I'll see everybody on that Monday stream, which is, well, now that's just tomorrow. And thanks again, Armored Wolf. Appreciate that. Wow, it's wild. Look at this, Camda. With the overlay. That is wild to see everything together with the overlay, too. So again, thanks everybody for being here, and I will see you on Monday.